Now we're talking to Dr. Avi. Dr. Avi. The debate lord himself. Plattner's pissing me off. I'll talk about it at the start. Shit just pissed me off. Yo, what it is, YouTube chat's gonna get up there real soon. How's everyone doing? Good morning for 12 more minutes. What up, Mr. Taco? Rise and grind, says Slime. Took you long enough. Duncan. 3 hours and 12 on the best coast. I also like good coffee, but I also just love Duncan. I like it all. Rise and slop. Alright, we're done with the music. Alright, we're getting right into it. Sorry for the abrupt transition. How y'all doing? What a great movie, The Matrix, huh? You think Viva is too empathetic to Groyper positions? Yeah. Did you hear the conversation? I was kind of just letting him talk himself into his genuine beliefs. And then he's like, October 7th was an inside job. And so they call me anti-Semitic. Can you believe it? We like bougie coffee. We like Dunkin'. We like it all. Today we'll be talking with Dr. Avi about various issues, I'm guessing. First and foremost, the strikes, which I gather it's a little unclear. He potentially, this is the feelings as I understand him, and I'll ask him, and we'll get clarification on his actual views, is he's frustrated that the conversations either A, have not occurred, or where the conservatives have been so embarrassingly awful. See the discussion between Good Logic, Bronca, Soy Pill, and Destiny on WIC TV the other day, as to be embarrassingly, I don't know, one-sided, not to his liking. That, to me, signals that he's maybe more sympathetic to the strikes, certainly than I am, right? The very desire to try to want to seek out a parody. Maybe it's just in good sport, but we'll try to figure out what his actual positions are. And then he brought forth an argument that I had not heard until now, but I think falls through. And we'll talk about that, what it would take for that argument to go through, and what I think the problems with it are. We'll get all into that. We also want to talk about Groyper stuff, and my guess we might tread into other political areas as well. This is Dr. Avi, who is a good debater, no doubt. No doubt about that. Okay. But first, let's not go completely raw. Let's have a little opener. Graham Plattner's pissing me off. Actually, let me go full screen for a second before I get into this. I don't trust. Let me put it differently. I don't trust Plattner. I was going that way. I'm sticking that way. I don't trust Plattner. I think he lied about the tattoo. I think he lied about when he found out. I think he knew before. And I think he's lying. Beyond that, I think it's a red flag when people always just tell you what you want to hear. I think that's a red flag. I don't think that that's what leaders do. I think leaders try to appeal. Obviously, they don't just bore and depress everybody. But leaders don't just pander and tell the base what they want to hear all the time. I don't think that's leadership. Especially when what they're being told either isn't true or is hopium. You know? I don't trust that. I don't respect it. I want fighters, no doubt about that. I don't want geriatric candidates. And obviously, I will endorse the Democrat over Susan Collins, no matter what. Unless they're some insane shit. But barring the insane shit, that's my choice. But I don't trust it. I think it's pandering. I think it's phony. So this is what he tweeted. Said, as I've said, there's a compelling case for the impeachment and removal of at least 2 Supreme Court justices. No, there's not. And I'm so tired of hearing bullshit like this. Name the high crime or misdemeanor. Name it. These guys say whatever. The base wants to hear, yeah, let's get rid of these justices with impeachment. And so that's what he's going to say. Does this guy know? Has he studied? Has he thought about the awesome responsibility of impeachment removal? Or is it something stupid like, oh, Clarence Thomas was on these planes, therefore that's a high crime or misdemeanor? Has he, in other words, shown any willingness to steep himself in the standards? Has he taken some time to hear the case out? To actually think about what it would entail? Brett Kavanaugh lied under oath. Give me a break. What's the lie? These guys are all saying shit. You guys don't hear well. You think that he lied about stare decisis and Roe v. Wade? No, he didn't. You think he lied about the fucking allegation? Can't prove it. The flag thing? It's a nothing burger. Just because his wife did something unhinged and Alito's unhinged, that doesn't make it a high crime or misdemeanor. Did he fly a Nazi flag? No, he didn't. You don't just get to invent high crimes and misdemeanors. And you don't just get to say, well, Congress can do whatever it wants. Therefore, we don't have to follow any standard that the Constitution lays out. That's preposterous. But what I'm saying right now isn't popular because you guys want, and trust me, I want fighters too. But I don't want fighters that violate oaths to the Constitution and the requirements of what it requires. And I don't like fighters who lie. If it's a little white lie, whatever, you know. But this kind of shit, it seems so transparent to garner a bunch of blue MAGA Twitter people. And I resent that. I resent it because it's undermining the thing that we're supposed to be protecting. And I think it's weak sauce. And it's just the latest in a number of shit that just gives me the willies about this dude. That said, I don't want a 77-year-old to run either. Does that make me an ageist? Yeah, maybe. Maybe for leadership right now. Too old. What I can say is that the mere appearance of a conflict of interest is not a high crime or misdemeanor. And if you think it is, give the precedent, give the analysis that that's what it is. It's not. And I resent it. Maybe it's like a weird thing for me to pick out and single out. But it's what I feel. And it kind of is I never really trusted Fetterman. I never found him compelling. I was disappointed when he won the primary as well. Because he just seemed phony. And a lot of this rhetoric seems empty. I don't believe it. I believe it with AOC. I believe it with Bernie Sanders. I believe it with Chris Murphy. I believe that righteous indignation. I believe the conviction there for those progressives. I believe it with Mamdani. I don't buy it with Plattner. This dog won't hunt. What do they say in Band of Brothers? That dog ain't gonna hunt. It's not doing it for me. Van Hollen, yeah. Something's not right. It's like it's not all adding up. I can't quite put my finger on it. It's a bunch of different things. Got my alarm bells. You ever get that feeling? I shouldn't do this today. I should just go home. You know what? Something feels weird. I'm not gonna take that route this time. You know what? I'm not going to this party. You ever get that like sixth sense? I gotta tell you, it's my intuition, man. All right, we got Avi coming on the line. He's calling. One sec. We'll talk more about the other stuff later. Avi, yo, what up?
What is going on?
What up? Hang on. Say something. Talk.
Hello.
All right, I'm gonna put you up a little bit more. Talk a little more.
All right, a little more.
Okay, perfect. Listen, the dermatologist, the least important field in medicine. I couldn't believe it.
Yes. People don't realize that I'm a dermatologist in the sense that like I went to dermatology residency and I'm a board certified dermatologist. And I don't actually practice dermatology.
Oh no.
I specialize in dermatopathology, which is completely different.
And I just saw people I always kind of laugh when they try to go after your credentials. One, as though I don't even feel like you wave them around all the time. And second, I think people have a kind of bad intuition for what's considered, prestigious. And I find it happens with lawyers too. They like assume that some disciplines of lawyering are super super important, or they assume all lawyers are like super credible and smart, and they just have like a wrong intuition for some of these professions. So that's why I commented on it.
No, it's the same thing in medicine.
Yeah.
They don't realize that, like, it's weird because they'll shout about meritocracy all the time, except when it comes to like dermatology, which is the most meritocratic field. It's the most competitive field to get into.
Well,
it switches off between that and plastic surgery every year.
I'm glad to hear that you're high in demand, and also just poking fun. It's been some time since we last spoke. Yes. I don't know if the last time we spoke was about Mahmoud Khalil or it was the therapy session that I forget what you named the video. The post.
I think it was the therapy session.
Post socialism conversation, where we had a little back and forth, but a lot's happened since then. Avi, how you been?
Oh, I've just been great. Wonderful.
Good to hear.
Everything going on.
We have a Muslim mayor coming in to our fair city.
Yeah, and that's not even and that's not even the biggest issue. That's not even close to it. Well, actually, the issue is not that he's a Muslim. The issue I have that he's a socialist. But that's like not even on my radar anymore. I didn't even think that. I thought that would be like my main issue now. I'm like, oh my gosh, now I'm going to leave New York. I gotta avoid these taxes. I gotta worry about Rikers.
Yeah.
But now there's the Groypers. So
yeah,
I was like, oh wait, no, we're gonna deport the Jews actually. So
and I definitely want to talk about that. So for the audience's benefit, I was hoping that we would be able to discuss these strikes, and I gave a kind of a piddling intro about your interest in it, or what I perceive to be your interest in it. So I'm hoping we can talk about that and ground down both our views on the meta of it, but also like where you're standing right now on it. And then part of the conversation I do want to dedicate to this MAGA civil war, which I think more and more is, it's alarming me significantly. And I think you and I maybe share a fear there. And then maybe if there's time left over, we can do kind of a residual cleanup. What do you think about that?
Yeah. So I want to talk about, my motivation for talking about these strikes. I want to talk about like the best defenses for, a strike at least, because it doesn't apply to other strikes. I also want to talk about like what the Trump legal team is probably going to make, what defense they're probably going to make from the strikes, because I think the MAGA debaters, when they even do debate, they don't even make those arguments. They kind of just make the worst type of. They don't even get past level 0.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's important to actually have a feel of like what the Trump administration is actually going to bring to the table, what they're going to try to argue. You want to be used to, like, there's two things you want to be used to. You want to be used to the best version of your opponent's argument, and you want to be used to what your opponent's actually going to bring to the table. And my motivation for this is that, there's a number of motivations. Mm-hmm. Motivation is that the current debates that are happening, if they happen at all, don't accomplish any of those things. They certainly don't provide the best argument for the positions. They certainly don't provide. They don't even provide what's expected for the Trump administration to give, because they're not really providing much of anything at all. And it doesn't really make for a debate. I mean, it may be entertaining in terms of rhetoric or whatnot. Maybe like you'll lay back and have some popcorn or whatever, but it's not a type of debate I'd come out being like, oh yeah, I learned about the topic in some meaningful way, or I see how like people might approach this position. If when you're dealing with like one side, and it's like playing. It's also frustrating to watch one side play on easy mode because the other side is just so retarded. So I mean, it's playing. That's what it is.
Did you watch the debate on Wick TV with Bronca and Good Logic and Destiny?
It briefly. It wasn't about that topic, but it
dived for a second.
Yeah, I mean that was So like that's an example of what I'm talking about. It's just people who just like have no clue of what they're talking about. So like that would be an example of like I would not even expect the Trump administration to say the things that they were saying.
Yeah. And to give some examples of it, we had some pretty out there definitions of shipwrecked, which seem to suggest that shipwreck is cannot be obtained through the bombing of a ship or the malicious acts of someone else or something. I guess that was the theory, and then I followed up on. Yeah, it wasn't shipwrecked; they were bombed or something. Yeah, it was something like that.
They were bomb wreck.
Yeah, but it's pretty.
The laws of armed conflict apply differently to bomb wreck than shipwreck.
Yeah, and a lot of the more that I start to think about these conversations, post the kind of basics that I talked with you and Isaac about, the more I'm starting to see like similar patterns, and it's kind of like a sixth sense that I've seen of a lot of like equivocations, a lot of talking past each other's. So I share your thought process that a lot of this is mostly for the rhetoric and who can say the stupidest thing. I mean,
even it wasn't even in that debate. It's like the top I've seen is like kind of Megyn Kelly.
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't know if you saw this. Oh my God, you didn't see the Megyn Kelly?
She was like, I don't care if it's a war crime or something.
No, she didn't stop there. She was way worse. In fact, you should probably play this for your audience.
Oh yeah, why don't I? And by the way, I assume that you can't do video right now. That my audience is asking. That's the only reason I'm asking. You don't have to, by the way.
Oh, I might be able to. Hold on.
If you're able to, the audience would appreciate it because they like seeing your face. But
they like seeing me.
Yes.
All right.
So,
but hold on, I'm finding this video. Give me one moment.
Yeah. Take your time for that.
I'm finding this Megyn Kelly thing.
I recall something vaguely. She said something unhinged.
Yeah, it wasn't that. It was that more than just the. Oh, here it is. Look at this. I made a post about this. I'm sending it to you in Discord.
Got it. On X.
Yeah, no, Discord. I just sent it.
Oh, but
well, it's on X. Yeah,
it's on it. Yeah. All right, I'll show the people the screen while you get your video sorted. Oh, nice. All right, I'll put you up in a second.
Oh.
No one can see you just yet. I'll let you know when you're visible. Okay. All right. So this is Avi's tweet. Avi's tweet is, so here I'm like, okay, we can make a reasonable case for the first strike, but the second is going to be tough. Perhaps if we argue for a strict interpretation of orders to combat by injury alone, requiring clear demonstration of total passivity, from the perspective of Megyn Kelly. No, I want to see them bleed. All right, and this is the clip. Oh, I remember this clip, but I don't remember exactly what was said. But I remember it was crazy, and I just put it out of my memory. So this is Megyn Kelly.
You should play it.
Yeah, I'm about to. I'm about to play it. Let's see.
I really do kind of not only want to see them killed.
I want to see them killed in the water,
on the boat or in the
whether
water.
they're on the boat or in the water.
Like to see them suffer.
I'd like to see them suffer.
Like Trump and Hegseth
I want Trump and Hegseth to make it last a long time. Oh yeah.
So that they lose a limb and bleed out a little. I'm really having a difficult time. I'm having a difficult time ginning up sympathy for these guys.
That's a different thing.
10 seconds earlier.
Almost
got taken out by the initial bomb, but because they managed to get
ejected.
A little too soon.
Had to be taken out in the water.
Had to be taken out in the water. I realize legally it may make a difference, but
legally it may make a difference. It's a tough case. So that's pretty unhinged. And hang on, I'm gonna pop you out so people can see you. Just give me a second, and I'll make it so you can see me as well. Actually, I have to do that. Okay, one sec. Do this and do one of these, and then we do one of these, and then I just confirm this. Go this and do these, and share this like this. Boom, and you're about to be visible. Okay, Albie?
All right, you got it.
All right, you are now visible. So I'm guessing that your your view of that is probably not a legitimate motive to have that bloodlust as a rationale for the second strike. Fair?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the context of the tweet, it's just like imagine someone like in good faith trying to make a defense of the position. Saying, all right, how do we approach this? If we can, we're up against we're up against some good opposition. It's tough to make this work, but maybe we could stretch this interpretation. And Megyn Kelly's just like, no, they need to bleed. No, no, the problem with the war crime is it didn't last long enough. They needed to last longer. They needed to suffer more. It didn't hurt enough.
Do you ever listen to Richard Hanania? He's this conservative
I've seen some
guy.
of his stuff on Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah, he has.
I don't know if I listened to him.
I don't know if he invented this concept, but he certainly was the one who introduced me of like vice signaling, where.
Oh, I heard about this. Yeah, someone commented on this. Like they're just vice signaling, basically.
Yeah.
What is
their version of virtue signaling is like how oftentimes like libs or lefties will do these like magnanimous displays to show how much how more pure they are, how virtuous they are in the context of some of the debates I have with, for example, this friend of mine, Prime Kai. He's a big like pro-Palestine guy, and he said something like, "I don't care if voting for Kamala would save 20,000 Palestinian lives or something." And I knew that it would do that. I would still vote against her because she supported the genocide. Because right? Correct. Yeah. So, and that, I don't even know if that would be like by my lights, that's not a virtue, what he just said there. But like this kind of performative thing, which seems disingenuous. And when the MAGA people do it, it's like, how fucked up can we be? How fucking ruthless can we be? Yeah, exactly. So yeah, there's a lot of that going on, it feels like, these days. And even just more than that, you could take a view of immigration, for example, that we need maximalist, immigration, mass deportation, borders, all that shit. But they relish sometimes in the sort of sadness and misery that they're causing. And sometimes they'll try to squeak out a defense for that and say, well, the reason we're signaling this and the reason we're going so hard is so that people know that we mean business, and so they're disincentivized to come here. And so us being this like mean is actually nice in the long run. But after a certain while, it doesn't really feel like that's what's happening. It feels like they're genuinely having these emotions, or they're experiencing like psychosis or something.
Right. And the thing is, in terms of debates, it shifts where the debates are at too. It's like when you have a background of all of this happening, you don't get good debates from it. You just get, just like virtue signaling makes its way into debates, vice signaling makes its way into debates too. And it's like, instead of making an argument by actually, reading into the laws of armed conflict, reading into rules of engagement, reading into, IHL, IHRL, any of that stuff, the incentive is just to say, they're terror, we need to blow them up. They're poisoning us with, all of that stuff.
Yep.
And and the result is basically just not people who just talk without understanding. And then I think at one point in the debate I watched, like, this person who was saying things ended up saying, "Oh yeah, well, I actually haven't reviewed this." After they were saying, there was like a moment, like, well, I'll be honest with you, I wasn't prepared to go in this part of which is fine. You don't have to prepare for a debate that wasn't on topic, but then don't just be making statements.
We get that a lot, actually, at least in the some of the recent MAGA debates. It's like they don't even know the cases. They like conveniently forget like core almost tropes or truisms that are like just a matter of common knowledge in these different debates. An example of this is whenever you do this kind of who does more political violence, who signals more, who incites more, they'll often, the comparison will be between what Trump says versus Democrats says, and everyone kind of knows that one of the things that Democrats will often bring up, Biden condemned the violence of BLM in the moment or something. And so they like conveniently will forget, wait, did he say that? And like, dude, no one is actually like buying that you're not so that's kind of the other like sort of feigned ignorance, or sometimes I guess they really, really didn't look before they were doing this kind of analysis. Okay, that's your meta. So as I understand it, and you tell me if I'm wrong, it seems like you have a starting more like a sympathy with hearing the case in favor of the strikes. That's what I'm hearing. And you have a disappointment in the nature of the debate, in the conversation. And okay, so that's how I understand your meta interest in this, as well as it's like,
I also want to hear the best case again.
Okay.
To just round that out, I want to hear the best case against the strikes, which are not going to happen either. If the best case for the strikes is I need to see them bleed.
Yep. Okay. I'll tell you my interest. My interest is I kind of intertwine with the merits of it, because I think this is just yet another example of horrible criminality of the administration. And because I despise the administration and want to see it be recognized for what it is, I want to talk about this a lot. I think it's a point of weakness for Republicans and MAGA people. I think that they can't defend it. I sense the sensitivity of it. And I think that this is detrimental both to our international standing, but I care almost less about that. You know, I care more about like the structure of our country, internal checks and balances, and setting these like kind of wide gaping precedents for bad faith actors who I think the administration to be to finagle their way through and bring it home domestically if they're given enough of a leash. So my angle is very much protecting the structure of the United States, and I really think a slow descent into authoritarianism. I'm more white-pilled these days about the potential for us to get out of it. And I think that has to do partly with the incompetence of the administration and certain other observations I've had of the
They're
American
incompetent
people.
to keep you in it.
Yeah.
In other words.
Yeah, they're keeping us in the game, I think. So anyway, that's my meta interest. And we're friendly, but I do want to push you at the start, if you're okay with it.
Yeah.
On what your position is as of now.
Sure.
So I can ask you a question, or you can state it first.
Yeah. I'll state. Yeah. So I'll tell you what it is and what it's not. I'll start with what it's not, because a lot of people, some people, not you, but some people, when I made this post on Twitter, some people took that as my position. Mm-hmm. It's not my position. It's the best. I started off by saying this is the best case for it, at least that I'm aware of. It's not that I assent to it. I don't sign my name on it. Where I'm leaning right now, based on everything I've seen, assuming that the things I've seen hold and that nothing comes out tomorrow being like, okay, well, you know, the person who said this, he was just making everything up. Provided like all those things hold,
the best evidence.
Where I'm at now, yeah, where I'm at now is the first strike on the. So we'll go case by case. So the first one was September 2nd. That was the first strike that I'm aware of. The first strike, I suspect that's probably legal. Second strike, probably illegal. Probably, and probably, you know, if is it a war crime or is it murder? Whether it's in one of those categories, it's probably, you know, the laws of armed conflict. If it's not a non-international or international conflict, it would be murder. If it does apply, it would be some form of it would be we'd have to go into which war crime it would be. I think, but that's a whole other thing. So broadly speaking, you know, there's better case for the first strike than the second strike. Second strike is a lot harder to defend than the first. The best case of defense probably would be from first strike, and I think you're probably going to have a way where you'll end up in somewhere where it's like, okay, well, it's not the really good case to do it. It's not ideal. It would be analogous to like a policeman who, you know, used lethal force, and you probably saw ways in which he could have
avoided that, like a no-knock warrant situation where you didn't have to go do this no-knock warrant. You were justified in using the force in that instance, but you were stupid for putting yourself in the situation. Is that what you're talking about?
Right, something like that. It would the first strike would probably be something along those lines, where it's like, okay, if you did everything right, no one would be struck, and you didn't have to do it, but because of the situation, because of the certain circumstances, you probably could get out of it in a court. Something along those lines.
Got it. So I guess some starting questions, then I'll give you my positions. You would grant, wouldn't you, that if you were convinced of the illegality, and here we're just talking about one strike, to be clear, we're not talking about the broader policy, which purports to have claimed the lives of at least 80-something people. So here, we're just to be clear for the audience, we're just talking about this very first strike. And we can talk more about the broader policy, I guess, after.
Yeah, we should, by the way.
Yeah,
we should do that before the Groyper thing. Yeah, because that's going to be because the whole Trump argument for legality of this is going to be different.
Very different than what you're saying. And the argument that Avi suspects is going to be presenting is one perhaps that my audience is not familiar with, and I frankly wasn't familiar with it when I saw it. Okay, but I suppose my question would be, if you knew it, if you were convinced of the illegality of any one of these strikes,
Yeah.
Not that morality and legality are always coextensive, but you would be against it because it's illegal under the current sort of framework of the United States and under your current view, right?
Yes. Okay. It's the same thing where it's like I have my gripes with international law, for example. And I made a post with it, like, look, there are a lot of aspects of international law that I don't like, and I also don't like a lot of aspects of international law that have made its way into U.S. law. That being said, until you manage to change that law, until you can get that off the table, you got to respect the law. Like that's our law. And so, yes, I to answer your question, yes, I would be opposed to it. It would be a pro tanto reason.
Got it.
The illegality is a pro tanto reason for me to be morally opposed to it.
I think that follows, and I'm sure everyone can think of like a Jack Bauer situation where we would be okay with it if, we knew, for example, this was the little bit of cocaine that was going to spread into some newfound virus or something, or some extenuating circumstances. Yeah. But given what we know about the targets here and what's going on, and tell me what your understanding is of the drugs actually coming from Venezuela. As far as we know, not very likely to be fentanyl, correct? And what do you know about cocaine-related overdoses and the death from that?
Yeah. So the issue with Venezuela is it's almost all cocaine, not fentanyl. However, in practice, what happens with that cocaine once it gets past the whole smuggling part is that once it's getting distributed in the United States, my understanding is around like 30-40% of that gets laced with fentanyl anyway. So by the time that cocaine actually makes it to the user, it's laced with some sort of, it's often, not always, but often laced with some sort of fentanyl. For profitability reasons, fentanyl is cheaper than cocaine, so that you can lace the cocaine with fentanyl to increase the volume. It also has its own type of narcotic effects that can make the lacing unique, have a unique effect on the user. And overall, it's basically like cutting it without the full cost of cutting it. So you're able to so technically no, it's not fentanyl that's coming from Venezuela. It's cocaine that's coming from Venezuela. However, by the time that cocaine makes it to the person, it's effectively just cocaine with more fentanyl in many cases.
The tainting problem is one that is my understanding as well, that occurs. And in fact, I've even heard of deaths, not of people I know, but people who I know who've known people for whom that this occurred. Even I think in New York, I think that has happened before for certain people. That said, I'm not trying to say that I buy this theory of culpability or whatever. I don't think we're just assessing that. We're just getting the facts of what's occurring here and what a potential argument might be about, well, even if it's not fentanyl, it's contributing to the fentanyl crisis because people are, bad actors are choosing to lace their cocaine for profit reasons and for margins with fentanyl, correct?
Yeah, that's where I could see one of these things going, where it's there's other arguments that would have to be made, but that's one of the components that I could see the Trump administration doing. I could say, okay, well, they could say in practice, and this is all well known, that even if at the end of the supply chain, this is the outcome. Even if you weren't the one who put it in there, it's going to end up being in there, and you're just playing your role, and it's illegal anyway. And so there's a certain amount of contribution effort that you're doing, and since you're doing you're doing it for your own profit reasons, you're not trying to kill people, but if people are going to die, and it's illegal to do it, and they're going to die anyway.
Right, it's not your conscious object for people to die, but you're practically certain that it'll result. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a distinction in the model penal code between a knowing state of mind and a purposeful state of mind, one in which you're practically certain that a result will occur versus where it is your conscious object to bring, to actual.
Which one's which?
So purposeful is one where it's your conscious object to actualize a result, to make a result happen. And knowledge is the state of mind in which you are practically certain that a result will follow regardless of whether or not it's your conscious object.
Gotcha.
They break it down into four, if you care, audience, if you care, model penal code breaks it down to four mens rea states, criminal states of mind.
Right. It's a 4x4 matrix between those two variables.
Yeah, right. Purposeful, knowing, reckless, where you're consciously disregarding substantial and unjustifiable risk, and negligence, where you are not consciously disregarding, but you have a substantial and unjustifiable risk. And so one is where you have a conscious disregard of that risk, and the other is where you are partaking in that risk without knowing about it. So those are the four the model Peter goes about. A total divergence, but related perhaps to the states of minds of some of these cocaine traffickers. And final thing before I give you my position, the irony of Trump pardoning a major drug trafficker the week of this controversy.
Yeah, what was that about? What was the
So that was the Honduran ex-president and one of major drug traffickers convicted in U.S. court, extradited, and set free. So I think we have a lot to say about the administration, regardless of whether or not you think, in the narrow question here, a crime was committed. And that is the main focus, because we think it's both, the legal question is interesting in and of itself, but I think for both of us, it resolves the ethical question here as well. Okay. My position is, I think it's on this specific strike, I think the best evidence shows that both strikes were criminal. Specifically, I think that the crime was murder. And I think even if it was a war crime, if it's not, I think it's murder no matter what. Even if there's an active conflict and the rules of war apply, it's still murder, because something being a war crime fulfills one of the elements of murder, that it be an unlawful killing, causing the death of another human being with malice aforethought in an unlawful manner. It's not redundant to say that because there's justification defenses that you can raise for murder, such as public authorization or self-defense. And so my position is both strikes are illegal, therefore unjustified. And let's get into it, should we?
Yeah, sure.
So I guess go for it.
Yeah, go ahead. So the biggest thing for me was, so I think I was where you were when I first looked into this, and I was like, okay, well, it seems like that like everything should be legal here. What shifted my view on this was I saw this interview by Luis Quinones, and everything was like, okay, everything seemed normal at first. Like, okay, well, he's describing the.
I want to ask how you got to this interview, because, guys, this interview was conducted in Spanish. I don't think you speak Spanish, do you, Avi? No. And so I think I have a theory about how you got here, but it is an impressive find. But go for it. Explain the interview. Who is this person?
By the way, I saw this interview months ago.
Oh, did you?
An interview. Yeah, it was shortly after the strike happened. Okay. So I can tell. Well, I'll hear your theory and I'll tell you how I got to it. We'll see.
Okay.
Right.
I think that you were. This is my bad faith theory. I think you were scrounging for some little way to do actually, because I think you're very critical of international law. And I think that you want to, cross your T's and dot your I's. And if anyone is alleging international law shenanigans, you're the guy there to be the first person to call out hypocrisy or whatever. And so you were looking for every single thing the administration said, and you found this fucking random ass Spanish interview of someone who's part of the administration who said a word that no one else has said in the administration. And in fact, has not at all been on any communication from the administration. No single MAGA person has raised this at all, and because you just want to be that guy. That's my theory. How'd I do?
It's not a bad. It's not a bad theory. It's wrong, but it's not a bad. It's not bad. No, I like the theory. I'm in a way I'm flattered by it, even if it's bad faith.
Yeah.
No, I got to it. I actually I was looking into it, and it was on Wikipedia for a brief period of time when I was looking on it.
Wow.
There was a link. Yeah, it was actually there was. It's not on there anymore. Someone scrubbed it, but there was a brief period of time when shortly after the strike happened, like how like there's a series of edits that happen once the event happens.
There's like a little fight going on.
Yeah, and in the middle of that fight, briefly, there was like this. Oh, Luis Quinones like has said this, and I just like, oh, well, that's interesting. Like, and I clicked on that, and then I got to this interview. Well, actually, I got to a Venezuelan site, which was also cyber attacked now. So that's like, so it linked me to a Venezuelan whistleblowing website, which is a little like anti-regime sort of, and so like the respect the cyber attack was
they're
regime
Trump
or whatever.
cocksucks and they're anti Maduro.
Yeah. So I'm reading it, and then I'm reading about like, oh, how this guy said, oh, they actually, they were given warnings. Then they said like, oh, they attempted to ram.
All right. So who is this person? And tell them, what did they say? So who, establish who this person is a little bit. You don't have to go through everything, but like, who is this person who said a thing, and what is the thing he said?
Yeah. So this person is Luis. I don't know if I'm
Quinones or something.
Quinones, yeah. And he was a Spanish advisor to the Trump administration during his first term, and he's currently in an advisory role, or at least I don't know if formally or informally, but he's in contact with the Trump administration during the second term, and he's involved in various areas, but particularly around like Venezuela, the Maduro topics about Maduro tend to come up a lot with Luis Quinones. So advisor to Trump, and he frequently does these interviews in Spanish with these frequently anti-regime, anti-Maduro regime sorts of media, websites, TV interviews, and whatnot. And the thing he said, the notable thing he said a lot of things, but there was one thing he said that struck me when this attack, and it struck me because I didn't hear anyone else say this. And what he said was that, so the first thing he said that some people have reported, but it hasn't been gone around a lot, is that they received, it wasn't the most important thing, but they received warnings in 3 different languages to stop.
Yeah, that wasn't I think widely reported, but he did say that in Spanish, Portuguese, I think in English, or
Spanish, Portuguese, and English. Yeah. Now that was reported, but not widely reported.
Yeah.
And it is in like with the standard like SOP, like that you're supposed to do that.
And he mentions that it's standard SOP.
Yeah. And then the other thing that he mentioned, and this took me for like whoa, was that they had tried to in a way attack the helicopter after those warnings. They had tried to ram the helicopter.
Embestir, yeah.
Yeah. Now, you know Spanish better than me, so is there anything I'm misinterpreting about that word, or is there anything I'm...
No. To be honest with you, it's not a word that I was familiar with prior to this interview. I didn't know that Spanish word. I'm just going to be honest and straight up with you. What I think is ambiguous is what he takes from that and what he means by that. And we'll talk about a little bit about it, but I think it might be helpful. So there's a translation of that word which means ram, and that is related to Avi's argument. But it might be a good time right now, Avi, to pause and let me build out the case for showing that there could be a crime and where this would fit in. And then we can talk about it. And you can also, along the way, tell me if you agree with the analysis, at least as I'm presenting sort of the argument. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
So my contention is that this is an act of murder. And murder is defined as causing the death of a human being with malice aforethought, and which is done unlawfully. Okay? So for our purposes, 3 elements. That you actually cause the death of a human being. That's the result element. With malice aforethought, which is kind of a term of art in the legal circles, which means like a bad heart, with like a bad motive. And it's meant to capture different kinds of mental states. For our purposes, it usually includes intentionality, with some exceptions. Intentionality, except for when you're intending to do something for policy reasons, we categorically exclude from malicious. And so that's typically a heat of passion defense, where you say, I caught my husband sleeping with another woman. I go into the door and in the heat of passion, take out a gun and I shoot both of them. Now, you did so intentionally. You took out the gun, you fired the bullet. But the law is going to say, for policy reasons, we understand that, and we're not going to say that that's malicious, because of, we just think that is just like a superseding cause that would eliminate this kind of like black heart or bad motive into it. So that's the common law heat of passion defense. In other modern incarnations, it's called extreme emotional disturbance. And this is where the gay panic defense comes in, where people will say, for example, if I was motivated to kill this person because it turns out, they tricked me and it made me think something about my own sexuality, that there's a controversy about whether that should be considered a like superseding motive to eliminate in an otherwise intentional killing this malice element. So that's one aspect of malice, is when you do something intentionally, but for those exceptions. And when you do something that's so reckless, even if you're not intending, right? So this is non-intentional, can be like, you can have non-intentional murder. That is, you can cause the death of a human being with conduct that is extreme indifference to human life. It's called depraved heart murder. Imagine that you're in a shopping center and you're just spraying a gun everywhere. Now, you're not intending to kill anybody, but what you're doing is so reckless that we're going to intuit that malice to you. So that's what I mean by malice, where it is like this kind of term of art to capture different states of mind. Not always intentional, but that's kind of the mens rea component. And then finally, that it be unlawful, which is kind of that's the third element that I'm talking about, that you don't have a justification offense. And so, for example, a human being using deadly self-defense, that's a justification offense. You are killing them, right? You're killing them intentionally. You're not doing it in the heat of passion, but the law allows for you to do that. And so that you're authorized to do that, you're justified to do it. Another example might be cops are given public authorization to shoot and kill and apprehend like suspects that are, have done certain qualifying crimes or who represent a danger to the public. That's another example of a justified shooting. Okay, with me so far on the framework for murder.
Cool.
Okay.
That seems pretty sound. I don't think you've said anything controversial so far.
Got it. So I don't think that we would doubt that these people, whoever they are, I don't think we need to specify for the moment, cause the death of human beings. Fair? And
it's pretty trivial. Yeah, they caused it.
And for purposes of for us, there are murder statutes that would cover this, both in terms of conspiracy, which to kill someone outside of the country, but also murder laws for the federal government specific to the special maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the United States, which includes the high seas. So there are qualifying federal statutes that will cover this kind of conduct and like in other circumstances. Okay, so the result element done. We think that they did that intentionally, right? And it's not a qualifying form of intention where it wouldn't be malicious if done in other circumstances. And so really, this is where Avi's evidence in this argument is going to come up. The only thing that's up for debate, I guess two things. One, do the rules of war apply? And two, is there a justification for the killing? Those are the kinds of two potential confounding factors.
Third element. This play will play most on that third element you mentioned.
Right.
Do they have the justification?
Because one justification is public authorization or self-defense.
Right.
And self-defense would be applicable under the rules of war or under normal circumstances.
Or even non-rules of war, yeah.
Correct.
Like exactly. So the biggest thing you want to get off the table if you're going to be making an argument against this is you want to get the self-defense thing off. You want to try to get that off the table, because if the self-defense thing, if there's a case for self-defense, then you don't, even if the war thing doesn't go through, just a police officer,
even if it's illegal, even if the stop itself was illegal, even like a cop can illegally pull you over and be justified in shooting you if you pull out a gun to try to do something, or if they have a cause. Right. So the self-defense argument really is, from a point of view of the administration, if they could marshal it, Avi's not incorrect that it would be the most robust defense, because it would apply both in both the rules of war applying or not. And even if it were later found out that these kinds of stops and conduct more broad than the deadly use of force were illegal, because if you could find that the people justified the use of force in self-defense, it would apply in all circumstances, and even if there's other illegal conduct at issue. And so that, I think, is why one of the reasons I think that you would think that this is such a robust defense.
Yeah.
And no one's really, sorry to interrupt you again, my bad. No one's really been talking about this argument from self-defense. They've only been talking about public authorization with this kinds of like weak appeals, in my opinion, weak appeals to like Obama drone striking people, Biden drone striking people, Trump, and like no one's saying anything. Yeah. And the kind of like line drawing problem of, okay, when does public authorization end for this kind of thing? And because that really has been the only justification defense offered, you know, our attention's been sort of captured on it, and they've been trying to convert all of these issues into war issues, or one in which it clearly would fall within the range of authorities granted to the military in warlike circumstances.
Right. You still want to, so that's still something you have to address. You still want to get the public authorization thing. You want to address that. Yeah, the thing that this, and you know, part of the reason we can go, like, just to go into the meta bit, part of the reason is, like, one thing I ask myself is, why is the Trump administration not using this defense? You know, why is this? And I have two things immediately came to my mind. Yeah.
The first is because their policy is broader than this one instance. And if they just say self-defense, and it kind of, even if it doesn't like logically foreclose other arguments,
they're sort of committed to using it again. Like, yeah, exactly. So, so the two things that came to my mind, and yes, we converged on the same thing. Yeah. So I'm looking at this like, oh my God, they have like this, like they are not using their strongest defense here. I mean, they have to know about this. It's an advisor to Trump saying it. So, like, why are they not doing it? And the first thing that came to my mind is, well, maybe they're just retarded and they don't fully grasp this. They may not just realize, like, how this qualifies as self-defense. They may just think it's silly. But then the more likely thing that came to mind is, like, wait a minute. Like, they don't want to use that as a defense. Like, it would undermine their whole, like, policy. Their whole project here.
Yeah.
Like, they don't want to set a precedent that there's an expectation to use that as a defense. They just want to bomb the fuck out of whoever they want.
Right. Like, which is why I think that we're eventually going to, I think we're going to converge that this policy has to be ended near the end. That's just my, my, prediction. But there's a third thing that you didn't say, which is, I think it's possible the facts don't meet it out. And, I think that that's possible for multiple reasons.
They're certainly possible. Yeah. Do you remember just in the beginning, I conditioned everything on because there's a lot of things that we're relying on, that may not be true. Like, so like Washington Post, says that, there was a no quarter order.
Yep.
It's possible that, there's certain things that came out of the Admiral. Now maybe he's dying on the sword here. Maybe he's not, but the Admiral said that actually never happened. Like, there was no quarter order. So what I do until I get that information, until I get some information after the country, is just like, if Washington Post reports that, they say their source, I'll take it, because I'm not relying on anything ironclad here. I'm all just relying on all these secondhand sources. And so, I condition this position on like assuming these things are true. So, like, I'm conditioning Trump's reasoning as, like, assuming these things are true, assuming the facts bear it out, here's why they wouldn't do it. I of course grant that it's possible that, the facts don't bear it out, and that's why they're not doing it.
No, I totally accept that we're making assumptions here, both in terms of the reporting, which some has been conflicting, not just on this issue, on the issue of whether they were, like, radioing. There has been conflicts. Recently, there's been, Congress people who have sat for hearings or watched it and said no radio equipment, others who say they were definitely calling, or we thought that they were calling, or something like that. And so we are still in a fog of war a bit, and I don't think that that's helped by some of the administration's press releases and some of their conduct as relates to PR. But there's actually like a kind of a little duality in terms of the potential factual problems that I want to suss out for the audience as well, both in terms of the objective reasonableness potentially of marshaling a self-defense argument. And by objective here, I mean what a reasonable person would think is justified under the circumstance. There's that question. And then there's the actual subjective mindset of the people there. And typically in the case of self-defense, you need both. You need it to be both objectively reasonable, that is to say that a reasonable person under like circumstances would think that there is an imminent threat to take your pick, whatever the qualifying conditions are to use deadly force. And you also need it to have been in your mind that you actually felt that it was necessary. So it's not, for example, an objective person could say, a reasonable person, it could be the case that there's a incidence of self-defense where any reasonable person looking at it would say that they were in reasonable fear for their life or serious bodily injury. But if that person actually was not, if these people didn't actually have that intent in their head, then typically under normal circumstances, this you wouldn't be able to claim the advantage of deadly self-defense. In other words, if you testified, yeah, he was marshaling the gun, but I wasn't really scared. I didn't think he was going to hurt me. And someone's like, wait, you really weren't scared? Technically, in most jurisdictions, that you wouldn't be able to claim self-defense, or at most maybe a lesser form of it. So that's where I want to split it up. I think
that's an important distinction. Yeah, we should talk a little bit about that, I guess, because I'd want to know then what is the strongest someone can do with a self-defense argument if they meet one but not the other. So if they say like, okay, well, the facts met out the criteria that reasonable people would say, okay, like this meets self-defense, this meets the threshold of lethal force to defend oneself. But I'm a sneaky guy, and I realize that that's the situation now, and I'm really doing that because I don't like the person, or something like that.
So typically, what jurisdiction will do is like an imperfect self-defense defense, and what they'll do as a result of that is they'll downgrade it from murder to manslaughter or something like that.
I see.
And so that'll take care of the malice element, and it'll just for policy reasons be downgraded. So that would make it criminal, manslaughter,
but not murder,
a felony, but not murder.
Got it.
And so now a confounding factor to this, Avi, I have to admit to you, is the rules of war, and whether or not we're in that domain. I can't tell you with perfect certainty that the common law rules regarding murder and imperfect self-defense apply in a context in which, usually if you're a combatant, right, and you're doing these kinds of things, unless you're like an unprotected, belligerent that's not protected by, and I'm not like an international law expert. I just want to put that out there that I do not claim to be an international law expert in any respect, but you don't usually get to prosecute combatants for homicide-related offenses. And so that is an additional confounding factor that needs to be considered. And that's why I think at every level of this, it probably will be relevant whether or not you can invoke the rules of war.
Right.
Yeah. But that's
that's what we'll talk about it, because that's what I do think the Trump administration will be strongly pushing the case. Correct. That it is a non-international conflict.
Yeah.
And they'll try to do that to shift things from IHRL to IHL.
I think that's correct. And you can already tell they're doing that in terms of their uniform PR strategy. And even if they have this argument in the back pocket and if they knew about this and they thought it was a sound argument, and even if that frankly is what the admiral was thinking when he ordered the initial strike or whatever, or when they did all this stuff, that maybe for that reason they want to really stick to their guns on the on their theory of war here, or armed or non-international armed conflict, or whatever you call it. Again, not an expert here. Okay, so the kind of fault lines we're getting at are, what is the justification under, if we're in normal law territory, what's the justification for the use of force? And then that's one kind of side of the argument for murder. And then the other is, if we're in rules of war territory, does this pass muster under the rules of war, that initial strike? Are we in rules of war? And if we are, does it follow? Okay.
Sure.
So let's talk about it.
Yeah. Okay. So, here's the, I probably should have written more in my post, because I sort of didn't do the why it's that ramming thing was important justice. I kind of like implied in the post that I went into a lot about like the turbulence and how it can destabilize the aircraft. It's actually not the biggest threat to the aircraft. The biggest threat to the aircraft in this would just be rapidly closing the distance after warnings to stop. Because now you're in range of smaller firearms and whatnot, in which you wouldn't have been otherwise. So it would be like an analogy, like a police officer sees a drug smuggler they're suspecting of. They order the drug smuggler to stop. The drug smuggler, it doesn't, they order in 3 different languages just in case. The police officer is on a balcony, so they're at a higher elevation. And the drug smuggler looks at the police and just charges him. Now, police officers at a higher elevation is not literally going to crash into the police officer. But after 3 warnings to clearly stop, turning to the police officer and rapidly charging closes the distance. And that in and of itself poses a number of threats to the police officer. So that's probably the biggest thing.
Got it.
Irrespective of any of that other stuff. The biggest thing is that you warned the person to stop. You gave 3 warnings in 3 different languages to stop, and then they turned and charged at you.
Got it. So here the case is, it's justified because the military personnel, we're told it's either a helicopter or a drone, but the Mr. Quinones says it was a helicopter, so we're believing this this person. And the argument would be these people on this helicopter had a reasonable fear of death or serious bodily injury from this boat. And what Avi is telling you is that you can analogize it to a cop in a context in which he's giving orders to stop to a fleeing suspect, and the suspect charges him. And I think that there are a lot of police shootings that would be justified under those. If all those were the facts, I think in a lot of cases that would pass muster under self-defense. Here's the problem with that, in my opinion. If you want to hear it. I think,
no, I do.
The first problem, I think, is the nature of the boat helicopter dynamic. If it's the case that there is no inherent danger from the boat in the helicopter, then really we're just left with the potential of small arms, aren't we?
You're closing the distance to get into a shooting range of small arms, grenades, or if it's hovering low, if it really is hovering low enough. I don't know exactly how low that hover was, but if it really is hovering low enough, then you could even start throwing things at the helicopter. Maybe catch the rotor, catch the blade, those sort of things. So that would be the biggest thing. There's other things too that are more speculative, but still reasonable considerations. If the helicopter is low enough. You ever see one of those videos where the helicopter has this vortex, this and so there's this downdraft that pushes on the water, creates this ring, and then there's this backdraft up to the helicopter that actually supports the helicopter in part, because the air is coming back up to the helicopter symmetrically from its own vortex. Now, that's all fine and good when it's all symmetrical. You have a nice symmetrical ring, so the air is coming back up to the helicopter from all different directions, and it's even. If it was coming from one direction more than another direction, it wouldn't be even. The helicopter might be able to probably get out of that by just adjusting or whatnot, but it would create some turbulence. Following so far?
Yeah, I'm following.
Yeah. So the other point of the issue is even if the boat were to pass under the helicopter and create a wake, disturbance to the surface of the water itself can do that sort of thing. It's a less of a severe concern than the first one I mentioned, and I should have made that clear in my post. The biggest thing is you're closing the distance for arms.
Got it.
Yeah.
So
but there are other sort of considerations.
Yeah. So here's my a couple issues that I have with it. The first is on the wake stuff. We have we have the time in the first strike. We have the video of the first strike. It's not. We don't have a lot of facts here about the height of the helicopter. But I'm an amateur looking at this footage. I don't know if I'm going to be able to tell the height of the helicopter, but it looks far away. It doesn't look like the boat is like parallel to it. It looks. This is my amateur. Maybe someone else. It looks high. And so that's one thing to consider. It's not the Quinones, if we're going by him, there's two videos they posted that day, and apparently one of them isn't the right video.
Yeah, one of them was wrong. Was wrong.
And it's the one where it's not coming directly at the thing that's filming it. It's going into like a slightly different direction, but we kind of don't know where the helicopter was, what was filming it. I mean, that's also up in the air. And so
that's true. That's all true. I'm just going by so I'm not basing that on the video at the time, because I don't have the time of the video. You're right. Yeah. I don't know if it happened before or after. But I'm just going by what Quinones said. So he's saying that like I said, biggest threat, these individuals tend to be armed, and then you're closing the distance with an arms range. After warnings to not.
Well, here I think is another issue. Because the other report we have is they were fleeing back to Venezuela, and the helicopter positions itself in front of the the direction in which the boat is already going. And so, given the fact that it's doing that, I think that they're not going to be able to argue the same way you would. Some suspect who is stopped or like right in front of it and charging towards a police officer. It's almost like there's a police officer cutting you off, right? Chasing you, right? And cutting you off, and you're running in that direction. Different inferences from that, Avi. Come on.
Right. Yeah. No. So this is where the uncertainty of the facts would change my view. So if it turns out to be the case, so that's from other reporting. I don't think Quinones was saying
correct. That's from other reporting.
Right. I don't think it's what he's saying. Right. Exactly. So we're piecing together two different things, and because it could be that like, okay, it's on its way back to Venezuela, then the helicopter kind of like gets in front of it. It's going at like maybe some whatever speed, or maybe it even stops for a bit, and then it just turns to the helicopter, or even if it was right in front of it, it just accelerates.
Different. Yeah. If it like stopped and turned to track the helicopter, I would be way more amenable to it. Because that would.
And the middle ground there is if it didn't track the helicopter, but it accelerated toward it faster than it was already going.
That's kind of the middle one. Then I think the facts really matter, and you have to ask these people, were you actually scared? And here's the other thing: if they took a lot of time to come to the decision, right? If they came to the decision at before this incident happened, all these self-defense cases, it's like you have to do this very unrealistic thing, but break down every moment in a piece of time. And when was it reasonable? When did it stop being reasonable? When did the threat start? When did it end? When did the decision come to use deadly force? And those are all relevant. And so really, I think you should be agnostic at this point. I think you can say something like, if on these facts, I would accept it, because I think here there is a reasonable objective threat, and assuming that's what's actually motivating them. But I think given what's available now, there's far too much uncertainty about what actually motivated them, when they made the decision, and what was the exact nature of the ram attempt. Did they try to get in front while it was going? Did they speed up as it going? So I think that you should be
just real quick. Just real quick. So I agree. I agree with that. What I said in the beginning in terms of where I lean, that's on the basis of like who's going to win in the court case, because the burden of proof is going to not be on the, if I'm not mistaken, like
it would be on the prosecution. Yeah, it would be on the prosecution.
Yeah. So they would have to So given
on the record we currently have, but that could vary. The thing is that could change tomorrow if they have public hearings.
It's indexed to what we have now. Indexed to what we have now. I don't think, given that the burden of proof is on the prosecution, I don't think I have a leaning. I'm not agnostic. I have a leaning toward they're going to make it out of that court. But if you're talking about not burden of proof aside, if you're talking about like who was right in actuality, then yes, I agree with you. I'll be agnostic, because I don't know the exact nature of it's, just as you said.
Fair.
You see that one.
I understand the distinction. So the distinction is assuming court-like conditions on only the problem there, Avi, is like we know there's more evidence out there. But I guess it's
assuming more court-like conditions with the evidence we have so far.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. I would grant that with the evidence we have so far in court-like conditions, on those facts, the burdens being as strong as they are, it's going to inure to the benefit of the defense. So I would definitely grant that. I just think that there's enough here to really like. I am not going to weigh in on that. And here's another thing, Avi. If they're not claiming it, in the real world, outside the court conditions, where maybe I'm not supposed to do this, in a court, I'm going to take a negative inference. If they're not claiming self-defense when it's available to them, in the real world, I'm going to take a negative inference.
Yeah. Now, I agree with that. The reason I do have a reason to mitigate that negative inference, and I think you do too.
Okay.
And again, that goes back to what we said before, which is I think the motivation behind them not claiming that isn't because they didn't have it. I think the motivation behind them not claiming that is because they're way worse than that. It's that. So it's actually like, it's like taking a blowtorch to your house to light the candle.
Yeah.
So
it's
but
possible.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, yeah.
But like,
and it doesn't mean I'm not denying the negative inference. I'm just saying this mitigates the negative inference because we have reason to believe that. We do have some reason to believe that there's very plausible reasons that they're not bringing that up for reasons other than they don't have it.
But you would say that overall their lack of assertion on net, even though you think that is worse for the case than better if they claimed it, right? I mean, even though you have a mitigation. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Yeah. There's mitigating things to that inference, but yes. So, but on net, that moves the needle. That does move the needle in terms of like, okay, that wasn't actually there. But yeah, exactly. I agree with that.
Got it. Okay. So, and in terms of these will actually probably dovetail together. Because hang on a second. So the first question I had was the source about the low thing. I think we've obviated that by you sort of clarifying the main threat.
The big thing is, the main threat is that, and the main threat is like even present in the video from the range of the video. I mean, you're in striking distance of small arms at this point.
Got it. So the big consideration would be the nature of the chase, what movements were taken, and when the deadly force order was issued in relation to the threat. Okay. So that obviates some of the factual things there. To explain why I was citing the rules of engagement and sort of question them a little bit is the following. I think it's good proof for you if it is the case that the rules of engagement, consider this a tactic deadly force. I'm not saying that that's irrelevant. I'm not here to tell you that's irrelevant because you know what? I'm not a fucking general. I don't know what's happens often. What I will say though is I don't think that the rules of engagement, I think you're giving them too much weight in terms of dispositiveness as far as U.S. or international.
I wanted to ask I wanted to let's break that down.
Yeah. So, you would agree that, the rules of engagement, these are executive branch products. The president will promulgate, a general might decide to do additions to the rules of engagement. And maybe it's pursuant to some, authorization from Congress to generally make rules or something. But you would agree with the following first, that the United States rules of engagement aren't dispositive for international law. Fair? And
that's fair.
Okay.
U.S. law itself
incorporates international law, but it doesn't go back the other way around necessarily. That the U.S. rules of engagement, even assuming that they were valid for U.S. law, would flow towards the international law. So, okay, good, agree on that. Now, for the U.S. law, this is what I mean by it.
Okay,
Trump could write anything he wants in a rules of engagement. And he could say something, even if there's some general authority from Congress for the Department of Defense /War to promulgate like further guidances and classifications. There are limits here. There must be constitutional limits, and there have to be limits on the executive authority. Trump couldn't just say, "We are now new rule of engagement. We consider anyone who waves a foreign flag to be using deadly force." That must be unconstitutional to some extent, to the extent that like it applies domestically, perhaps. And my guess is it would be beyond whatever authorization Congress gave or executive authority to offer. And because I think that there are I think the burden is on you or anyone claiming these rules of engagement as necessarily dispositive to show case law for it, to show the authorization for where, because typically the rule is it's the province duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. That's the courts. And so the final say We cannot just say the executive branch has wholesale discretion to decide what the law is. That's clearly not what the framers intended in the structure of our government, and I doubt that that's what Congress authorized.
Here's a question that I have. Maybe know the answer is. So let's say it's not like in one of those extreme cases you gave. Let's say it's in the case where it's more so in a gray area that I wouldn't expect an admiral to know that, like, if there was some law somewhere in the United States that U.S. law had superseded this rules of engagement, but it was like buried in some esoteric area and it relied on some case law interpretation and blah blah blah. But let's say the executive branch still wrote the rules of engagement as such, and the admiral followed the rules of engagement. Who does it end up like in a court of law? Who does it end up going? Does it end up like, can you still use the defensive rules of engagement and saying like, okay, well, a reasonable person wouldn't be expected to know that, like, when this executive branch person did that, or does it fall? Or is the prosecutable person like the executive branch for writing it against the rule? Like, how does that even work?
So I think that there's actually potentially two answers to this. So one, if it were in the typical civil context outside the rules of war, I think it would be in the main a jury's decision on whether or not the use of force was reasonable. And the same think about the Chauvin case, the Derek Chauvin case, where who was the final say on the justified use of force in that case? That's the jury. Now, the courts will be able to, this is in the civil context, not in the military context. The courts will be able to go around the margins. If no reasonable juror could come to a certain conclusion, the courts have the power to like sort of supersede at the margins if the jury really comes to a ridiculous decision in the favor of guilt. It's a little harder when it's the other way around, and when we have an acquittal, very, very hard an appeal for the government to get rid of an acquittal. But in general, think about the use of force, the battle of the experts in the Chauvin case. If you think about that, right? So the prosecution brought on their use of force experts and say, this isn't necessary. It isn't reasonable. It's not what they were taught. It's not in line with good standards. And what people were often saying was in the Chauvin case, right? Look at the Minnesota manual. There's this picture of someone doing this hold on something that appears to be the hold on someone else. And what the prosecutor said, well, on the one hand, like, they can write whatever they want in a police manual. That doesn't make it objectively reasonable as a matter of law. The police could write their own code and say it's reasonable whenever we do anything, and that wouldn't make it as a matter of law reasonable. And furthermore, it's a totality of circumstances. It's not just the hold. It was the hold for 8 minutes. It was the hold after he said he couldn't breathe. It was the hold plus, the fact that the crowd was telling you and that something's wrong with him, is the fact that he was, according to the calculations, dead under your knee for at least a couple minutes while it was happening. So and the use of force has to be reasonable throughout the entire exercise of the use of force, not at just one point in time. So in the civil context,
so yeah. So what I'm trying to target here is like, how much does the appeal to the manual, this manual,
right,
is superseded by some other law, in a case where you wouldn't really know that or wouldn't be expected to know that? How far does an appeal to the manual go if what you're doing is within that manual? Like, if what you're doing is like, so you could bring other things. Like, grant you could bring like your use of force is not reasonable because you went beyond the manual, like you did it for 8 minutes, you did that. But I'm talking about when you're within the manual. Like, if you really said like, okay, I was within the manual and that was my manual I was given, like, how far does that go when it's not the sort of crazy thing you would expect anyone to know that?
Right. So
ridiculous.
So imagine that the police actually trained this, and it wasn't some facially absurd thing that they were teaching, is what you're suggesting, right?
Yeah.
Then I think you have a much better case in terms of any kind of criminal intent standard, just on the elements, the bare elements of the cop. Maybe he'll get away with an imperfect self-defense, that he subjectively believed that what he was doing was reasonable, maybe in the context of self-defense, or and so maybe they'll downgrade the whatever malice you're going to imply to the actual elements of the offense, whatever criminal homicide it is. And I imagine it might be dispositive in the minds of the jury, right? Whoever the finder of fact is, that it was within the manual and you don't have these confounding factors. But ultimately, it's not for the police to determine for themselves, right? It might turn out that that like their word will win the day in court because it's so convincing, and because we're going to pay extra deference to them. And I imagine, by the way, that the courts in these kinds of main line of cases, if they were having to opine on the limits here, that they would give some significant deference to military, as opposed, they're lawyers, they're old people, and I'm sure that they would give a lot of deference to what generals are saying. I'm just saying, don't assume it's the last word, because the other absurdity would be if we gave total deference to the executive for themselves to determine the rules of engagement, and that's what the point I was trying to suss out there.
Right. Okay, so it carries weight, but it's not the ultimate end all be all.
That's what I think is correct. Now, in the context of in the military context, I doubt that this would be tried before a civil jury. I think it would be if it would be a court martial, and the court martial is made up of members of the military. Now they've made some changes, and there is a way sometimes to appeal to the Supreme Court. So there is now a way for some of these cases to make their way ultimately to the Supreme Court of the United States. That's how I think it should be. I'm not an expert on criminal procedure of court martials, but needless to say, I'm raising this only that I think it's the affirmative proof of if someone wants to make a self-defense case and say that the rules of engagement are dispositive, to cite sources of law for that and to provide justification that this is dispositive. Though I do think it's relevant, and I'm obviously going to defer as a layperson, right? My intuition is to say, well, if the military says that this is like a deadly tactic, in general, I'm going to say it's probably deadly. But again, the facts are in any self-defense case, it's a totality of circumstances inquiry. Now, like someone could be shooting at you, and I can think of maybe a scenario in which maybe self-defense or deadly force wouldn't be justified in response to it. For example, if you knew, you had knowledge that they were shooting blanks, and you had knowledge that you knew for certain, or like something crazy scenario like that, it's always going to be subject to this kind of totality of circumstances. So that's what the question was there to suss out.
Right. Gotcha. I understand. Okay, so then if someone could start probing that and say like, okay, well, even if you were following the rules of engagement, there may be circumstances here where you would be expected to know that was kind of silly, or that or that it didn't really apply, or that something else, some other sort of something related to that.
Because the rules, any code of conduct is going to be limited in how, by virtue of it needing to end at some point and being unable to list out all the potential circumstances, no one is going to be able to write a code so intricate, like these old civil codes of law that have laws for every possible circumstance. We don't do that anymore anyway, or as much. We still do a lot of that with agencies and stuff, but we lean a lot on courts to interpret the margins here, and for other finders of fact, and really in the case of self-defense, a lot of it's questions of fact. Was it objectively reasonable in the circumstance? Were you actually thinking about it? And so that's just a way of introducing those issues, and that there's not going to be an easy dispositive way to clear this unless the facts really are just so clear by themselves, and it's gonna have to rely on the facts. And that's basically my point there. And I think that addresses the one aspect of the first strike, and then we have to go to the rules of war in a second.
Yeah, because so I think so just summing up on the first strike.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm if everything is true from all the evidence we have now, where I am now is if this goes to court, if this is with no further evidence, everything's locked in, burden of proof on the prosecutor, I think this guy's going free on the first strike.
Got it.
That's where I lean. In terms of reality, whether I do it, I agree with you a bit about being agnostic.
Yeah, and I would just know where I'm at. I'm skeptical, but I'm also agnostic. I mean, I could be shown if they evidence where if they really changed their position and started charging at them, and it really wasn't the helicopter going in front of them, but it really, there are other facts. Let's say that they looked like they were getting up, going under for stuff. My mind could be changed based on facts there. So I am also, though skeptical, agnostic until the facts are in on the self-defense argument, until I see more, though I'm highly, highly skeptical of it. But there are things that could change my mind of that.
Sure. Okay. And then, so that's the self. Okay. And then, so at minimum, okay. So then, sure. And then, in terms of the mind, so in minimum, like, in terms of with the mental state, minimum going from murder down to manslaughter, if they didn't have that in mind.
Yep.
If that wasn't, if it was in their mind, because, and again, I don't know how it's fully judge because there's multiple people involved and there's like there may be a chain of command in terms
different
of
people, right? Different people might have different states of mind, and that can happen. Yeah. So you could have a person who has the sneaky main guy who's pulling all the strings, who knows there's no threat, puts the order. He's now caused the death of another human being with malice aforethought, but the person who's acting on the order, he's actually genuinely concerned, as well as it being objective, or the other way around. He's subjective and it's not objective. And maybe you have an imperfect defense. And that'll also depend on the jurisdiction.
Be a more perfectly imperfect defense, because then at least one person has a perfect one.
Right. Exactly.
There's all sorts of.
And that'll depend on case law regarding the federal interpretation of the federal murder statutes, which could be different jurisdictionally. And we'll need to do I'll need to do some research on how they interpret self-defense in the federal murder statutes that I'm bringing up. But good points, and I think so. I think we run to ground on that. The other issue is the other justification potentially for the first strike. We're still on the first strike. Will coincide with the murder analysis as well, because even if we are in the rules of war, if it's a war crime, you no longer have public authorization, and so you potentially could see both murder and war crime charges. So for the audience, a war crime is a crime under the United States. Under this, it references certain of the, I think, Geneva conventions and certain other parts of international law. But I would argue, I don't know that there's much case law on this. Courts tend to not want to get involved in this shit. But at least I think there's a colorable argument that murder would still apply in the context of a war crime because you wouldn't have public authorization. But I think that these kinds of analyses rise and fall together. That is to say, if we're dealing with the rules of war, because this is an active conflict or a state of war of some kind, then and if that's true, and if these people are considered combatants, then there are objects of attack. You can attack them generally with public authorization. That would be true, for example, of Al Qaeda, right? You don't need necessarily to you can kill them if you're in a state of war with them. There's a use of force authorization, and in war you're allowed to kill enemy combatants. That's like per se, I think, reasonable under military necessity, right?
If they meet two different criteria, so under a non-international conflict, you can deadly force is authorized under if they're either having continuous combat function. So that's one. So that's even if they're not engaging in direct hostilities. If they have continuous combat function, you can kill them at any time. You can kill them when they're sleeping. You can kill them if they're at a wedding. As long as they have the role that meets continuous combat function. Or if they do not have continuous combat function, but they engage in direct hostilities, then you can kill them as well.
And that would sort of ground down, I think, into the what they were actually trying to do. So it would kind of merge with the self-defense analysis in the second category. So I think we're going to be mostly in category one. And that is, are we in an armed conflict or war with these drug cartels? And I think the answer has to. I want to know your take. The answer can't be yes.
Tough. Like this is where the stretching comes in with what I think the Trump administration is going to do, because they really look, regardless about this strike, or this would be more relevant to the second strike than the first, because all right, so we'll ground out the second strike. I'll briefly touch into this. I think the Trump administration is going to try to make the case that we are in a non-international armed conflict. Mm-hmm. Now, they're going to have a hard time doing that because I think they need to really stretch things to make that case.
So you're not.
I think they're going to try. Yeah,
I know they're going to try, but what's your take? I don't think you buy it.
I don't buy it as of now unless there's. I'm really trying to see the best they can do here. And I'll try to present the best I can do, but I don't think it ends up working, at least from where I am now. But it's important. It's still important to know how they're going to do this.
Yeah, sure. And so give the best case and then give your take of why it fails or why you think on balance you're leaning against it.
Yeah. So we have to look at, so what determines when something changes from just mere sporadic terrorism or mere sporadic crime into a non-international armed conflict. Like, what's the test? And I think that's the TEDx criteria. I don't know if I'm mispronouncing that, but it was based on a 1995 case regarding the former Yugoslavia. And since then, that's been like basically the standard. It's the standard to determine this. And again, there's interpretive wiggle room, but I think Trump administration is going to have to stretch this. So basically, there's two elements to the standard. The first element is called intensity, and the second element is called organization. And so basically, it has to be that the hostilities, and this is the key word, hostilities, meet a certain intensity. So so what's happening in terms of the degree of hostilities. It can't just be just like some sporadic thing that's happening once in a while with minimal people killed, minimal damage. There needs to be a certain level of intensity of the hostilities happening. It needs to be protracted. So there's different elements that are looked at: number of people killed, number of damage, just displacement of civilians. I don't have all of them off the top of my head, but like basically that tracks the intensity of the hostilities happen. It needs to meet a certain threshold of hostilities. The second thing is organization. The entity that you're saying you're in a non-international conflict with has to have a certain threshold of organization. It can't just be this like nebulous entity that is anywhere. Like
there's no cohesion to the group. In what sense are you in an armed conflict with a thing? It just seems like it's a guy doing a thing within, and that would seem to more be akin to like the regular civilian law, like crime breaking. Yeah.
Right. So like the example here probably would be like Antifa. Mm-hmm. Like, they're designating Antifa a terrorist organization, right? Like, so it's like, okay, well, does Antifa pass? Like, if you were to try to make the further claim that we're in a non-international armed conflict with Antifa,
they don't have an org chart. They don't have
an organization.
Yeah.
Right. So
people get triggered when you say this. People get so pissed. Like, for example, Rob Noor, he gets pissed at Chris Wray, who said, it's not an organization really. And by that, I think they mean that there's a certain level of informality of the relationships and ties there that aren't don't meet the minimum threshold that reasonable people would say qualifies as an organization. And in what sense are, for example, Avi and I, are we an organization? Like, we share some similar norms about how to like debate sometimes. We run in circles and that might overlap, but no one would ever say Avi and I constitute an organization. And so there's kind of like a cohesion issue there, isn't there? And like a common purpose, perhaps.
Yeah, so it's important. And both need to be met. So you need to meet, and there's interpretive work here, but you need to meet the threshold of intensity of hostilities, and you also need to meet the threshold of organization of the non-state armed group you're saying that hostilities have been met with. And the elements for the organization, you have to have, so elements that are looked at, I'm just reading it now: existence of a command structure and hierarchy, ability to carry out operations in an organized manner, ability to plan, coordinate, execute military operations, capacity to recruit.
Those are
military
factors,
operations. Capacity to recruit and train members, existence of internal disciplinary rules and ability to enforce them, ability to produce, transport, and distribute arms, ability to speak with one voice. That's important. It's not like you're there's no central person. There's
anonymous.
No central voice that, anonymous. Exactly. Control over territory or population, communication systems, and logistics capacity. So, if you look at Antifa, like a lot of this, they're just gonna fall flat on. And so they're not, so they wouldn't, even if you were to designate them terrorist organization, it wouldn't pass at least on most readings, or a vast majority, if not all, it wouldn't pass stated criteria that they meet organization of non-state armed groups. Now, the cartels probably would pass the organization point at least. They would, because they do have a lot of those things.
And they're trying
to able to
yes, and they're trying to shore it up a little bit with their ties to Maduro. You can tell in their communiques and everything in their designation of Maduro as a himself, a wanted person with a bounty on his head, but also a foreign terrorist sponsor, et cetera, that they are trying to link, and in addition to all the other reasons why they would want to do this, including for many other different projects and avenues they're working on, potential regime change in Venezuela as well, that this will shore up the argument that they really are, speaking with one voice for one purpose, with the final say. Maduro's at the head of it. But yeah, sorry for interrupt. Keep going.
Right. Yeah. Well, that would certainly be in service of it. But even if they, it's not something they have to. They could make also the case that there's these different cartels, and that each cartel speaks with their own voice, but it is one voice per cartel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the contention for this. I don't think it's going to be on the organization.
It's hostilities. They're not engaging in hostilities.
Yeah, it's hostilities. Yeah. So here's the thing to be aware of. So here's what I think they're going to try to do. They're going to try to say that they meet the intensity threshold, and then what they're going to try to do is a little bit of sleight of hand. They're going to do a little category error, which is they're going to say, because the intensity threshold is so high, what we normally wouldn't consider hostilities are now hostilities. So they're going to say something like, oh, look, normally drug smuggling is just going to be a crime of economy. It's going to be an economic crime. But look, think about it. If it ever got to a certain point when an enormous amount of Americans are dying, if it got so toxic that we push all these levers of intensity, I mean, think about it. We can make an analogy to addictive anthrax or addictive sarin gas. Let's say they were smuggling that instead.
Yeah.
And they just wanted to make a buck. It's not like they wanted to put anthrax in the U.S. to kill us. They don't want to put sarin gas that has an addictive property into it to kill us. They just want to make money. But because these things are so deadly, it's going to kill a lot of people. It's chemical warfare. You can make a case like, okay, well, we'll talk about before we get into chemical warfare, because that's a different. The first line to be aware of is say, because it's so deadly and it's going to kill, and so many Americans are dying, then it's hostility.
It becomes hostilities, right? Can I do my instant response to that? Because that is what I've been hearing. So my instant response to that is, let's take a bunch of different cases that will fit that fact pattern and see if any person. It's kind of like what you do with genocide. I've heard you do this kind of thing before. Let's take some nominal situations that people have an instant reaction to, or that are seminal cases, let's say, even, and see whether that intuition carries forth on things that we can generally agree on. By that logic, we are currently in an active conflict with the Republic of China, or the People's Republic of China. We are, I know heart disease is a huge problem in America. We are in an act, and I think is it still the leading cause of death in America? Heart disease? It's up there.
It's about to not be, but it is up. But it is, I think, still.
Yeah. So, given the level of death and destruction caused by obesity, really, I'm not kidding. Obesity and heart disease, they are massive killers. So, given that, anyone importing certain types of food that have a tendency to be abused, to be addictive, they're in active hostilities with the United States. Similar things with any country that's sending over cigarettes or alcohol. You could make these now probably fentanyl more deaths related to, but there are a lot of deaths related to alcohol abuse. In addition to just the people who are dying of alcohol overdose, I know that you probably have better data than me, that it's associated with early death. Cigarettes say less. We probably produce a lot of cigarettes domestically, and then also
alcohol.
There are the domestic implications, because presumably this would also mean in the same, because you can have non-international armed conflicts domestically. So this would mean that our domestic producers of drugs, our drug sellers internally, are combatants that we have the right to use the military to kill, and no one would accept that rationale. And so, given that, it can't be the case that just more social baggage makes this hostility. Maybe it makes it some other thing. Maybe it makes it so we need to create a new body of law to deal with this scenario, but it doesn't make it hostilities.
I agree with you that no one's going to agree that merely bringing something into the country that's going to cause a lot of death is going to qualify for hostilities on this. Now, in response to that, someone might tidy that criteria up a little bit. They may say, okay, well, I don't just mean merely cause a lot of death. I mean, do it in conjunction with it being illegal. So they might say, okay, well, China, or is maybe importing, like the importation of meat might cause a lot of heart disease. Smoke cigarettes might do it, but they're illegal. But
that doesn't clear the domestic cases, right? Because the domestic cases of drug production and drug selling of illegal drugs, they are still combatants, even though they're citizens of the United States. Yeah. And it's not like, I just want to say real quick, it's not like Lincoln had to go to a court while he was killing combatants. I know that the rules of war were developed like post Civil War, but like try to map it onto the current situation. You wouldn't, if there were an actual civil war, a state of civil war that no one denied in America, it's not like you would need to go to a court to get American troops to conquer a bunker full of insurrectionists. No one would say that you would need to like get a court order to shoot everyone, all the combatants that were there. They would be operating on the rules of war. So it's all that is to say is, if you're a combatant in this context domestically, it doesn't change the fact that you're a citizen. You're a combatant.
So as long as just to see where this goes. So if someone were to say, okay, so it causes a massive amount of death and destruction, plus it's illegal, that meets the intensity threshold where something becomes hostilities. However, you still need to meet the organizational criteria. So if you just have a domestic production, if you just still have the domestic production, there's still not a non-international armed conflict with them because they haven't met the organizational criteria. However, if you did meet the organizational criteria,
there are organized gangs. There's
and so then now some of them might agree on that. By the way, some of them might say, you know what, we should be at non-international armed conflict with those armed gangs if they really are producing all those drugs that are causing as much attributable deaths.
Marijuana corporations in this country. Marijuana corporations in this country. Now, maybe there you don't have the intensity because marijuana doesn't have the same sort of death effects.
So they would try to say something like, there's an easier way out of this. I'll give you the easier way.
Okay, give me the easy.
But first I'm going to press the fuck out of you.
Go for it. Give me.
So what I would imagine their defense being is that, okay, look, what we're saying, to be clear, is the conjunction of the illegal plus you meet this intensity threshold with this many deaths. So they'll give the amount of deaths that are attributable to the fentanyl overdoses. So they'll say, 100,000 per year, like to 300, up to 300,000, but depending on which year or whatever. I don't have the exact numbers on hand, but some really high number. And then they'll say, okay, well, these cartels, they're attributable to that somewhere in the ballpark of that massive number. However, if you look at the domestic producers, either they fail on one of the following criteria. They either fail on the legal criteria, smoking, is legal. If domestic marijuana producers, a lot of them don't have organization. There's some that do have organization, but they don't have the intensity of deaths.
Yeah, they won't have intensity there.
Yeah, so they'll say they'll probably try to say like it fails on at least one of those other criteria.
So before we do more examples, I might say, well, how can it be just a mere function? How can one of the inputs into whether something's an armed conflict be a mere function of American law? I mean, that is just a function of America. So whether something is an armed conflict turns on whether America chooses to ban tobacco, whether they choose to ban cigarettes, whether they choose to ban the importation of meat products into their country. That would really, from an international perspective, which now we're incorporating because it maps on, like, the rules of war are international standards. So what would you say in response to the notion that
I think
that notion?
Yeah, I think I don't think it's going to be not that unintuitive for people to think that it's relevant. So, for example, like if the United States decides that these are the laws of the land and another actor starts breaking them, that in of itself might not trigger a war, but will it be relevant in some context as to whether it does? Yeah, it probably would, whether you're outright violating it or not.
So let's take an extreme example, slavery. So if another country starts exporting a ton of slaves in the United States, and we really don't want that to happen. You're saying that it would be relevant, perhaps, to a question of whether an active hostility exists or active conflict, armed conflict exists. If some group, some non-international group, is importing slaves into America, and let's say for whatever reason that's causing a lot of
it causes a lot of deaths.
Yeah,
it's causing hundreds of thousands of deaths.
Yeah. In that situation,
I think the people defending this would probably agree. In fact, I think one of the things they cite for these cartels is that they also traffic humans.
Okay.
So I think they would actually just agree to that. I think they would say, yeah, I mean, we should be, in non-international conflicts to human traffickers. I mean, they cite that as one of the reasons for the cartels.
But the intuition I'm trying to press here is, why should I accept the illegality plus intensity framework as dispositive?
Yeah, that's a better way of pushing on it. Instead of so the first approach you did was, it's not a bad approach, and I like the approach. But you might find yourself in a position where it's like
they're going to bite the bullet. Actually, they're going to bite every bullet that you give. Yeah.
Not just they'll bite every bullet, where the bullet doesn't start looking that sort of unpalatable to a lot of people. Where it's like, okay, well, it might look now it doesn't. So it's a bullet to bite, but it's not like the sort of bullet we originally started with, where it's just like, okay, well, smoking. We were into non-international war with tobacco companies now. Or something like that. The real thing to point out here is that here's my answer. I'll just give you my response.
Before you do, can I just ask, by that, can you find a way out of the People's Republic of China is in an active conflict with the United States because they have de facto control over their industries domestically? They're the ones exporting, either tacitly or otherwise. They are the ones exporting fentanyl into the United States by way of, the southern border. Mostly, right? And so therefore we're in active hostilities with both China and I guess I'll just leave it at China.
Yeah, I mean, so if you want to, does this have to do with certain directness of the supply chain where someone could probably just break it?
Yes, so because there's a proximate cause issue, right? Like we would never say the suppliers of whatever plastic instrument is used to cut up the cocaine to add, we wouldn't give them the same kind of and let's say they even knew, right? They know that their plastic products are being used to cut up and are essential to whatever lacing that's being done with the cocaine. Yeah. No one would give there. I guess it would fail on the legality front. I'm already thinking of what they would say. But what I mean to say is I think there has to be some notions of directness or proximateness.
Yeah, to make it, so I agree. So there'll be some direct notion, although I think you can make it a more proximal case of cocaine being laced with fentanyl than the plastic of the knife.
Sure. You can have a better hypothetical, but basically attenuation should be a consideration as well.
Right, but they would say that with China. They would say that China is more that China is less proximal than the cartels themselves. So they probably use that to break it.
Do you buy it? Well, give me your answer, and then you tell me.
Well, so in terms of buying it, depends what we mean by buy it. I do buy that China is less proximal.
Oh, I agree with that. Wait. Actually, I'm not sure. Less proximal than the Venezuelan drug traffickers because they're the ones providing the fentanyl, right? So they're geographically less proximal. There's a proxy in between them, but they're supplying the raw product. So in what sense are they more? I mean, they're more proximate in some ways. They're less proximate in others.
They're more proximal in terms of the drugs that end up getting laced with fentanyl.
Oh, no, that
end up getting laced with fentanyl. So they're more proximal in that sense. So they're providing a drug route that ends up having fentanyl in it more proximally than China's relation to the cartels that end up getting fentanyl into us.
Correct.
So there's some ways you can make the case that China really is less proximal. And also in terms of
but now flip it. There are some ways in which China is more, right? In that China is directly linked to the drug, which is in fact causing the death. Fair? I mean that.
Yeah, and so I'd have to look more into exactly China's
organizational structure, but assuming that they have some de facto oversight over what's going on, because I imagine first of all, I don't know how is fentanyl's lab created, right? It's not. Is it a natural product?
It's synthetic.
Yeah. So I imagine. Do you really think the Chinese government isn't aware of that? I mean, I know they crack down hard on drug abusers.
Well, there's a lot of ways to break. It's like there's a difference between being aware of it and turning a blind eye versus being aware of it and doing it.
Yeah.
But
that's the same proximal issue, right? It's the same.
No, they're breaking it on something else now. So just like remember when you broke the two different situations, like what was it? So knowledge state versus like your what was the other term you used?
So purposeful, conscious object versus knowledge, practically certain.
Yeah. So just in the same way, like there's a difference between purposeful versus knowledge. There's a difference between, a knowledge state in which you're turning a blind eye to it, you're looking the other way,
and
China might be doing. Exactly. Versus like a knowledge state in which you're doing it, which was the drug cartels are doing it.
Right. But if you had facts that China not only knew about it, but kind of liked
they encouraged it
and encouraged.
Oh yeah, then you could make. Then I wouldn't be surprised if some MAGA people would be like, "Well, fuck,
we're in an act." But the thing is, that's their view. Their view is that the Chinese Communist Party is infecting and killing us. I mean, that is their literal view. Is that the government of China is killing Americans in chemical warfare? So I think they would have to bite that bullet. I mean, otherwise, what possible way to distinguish the government of China, which they on their view?
Yeah, on their view, So so it would depend on what they mean by they say China's killing us. If they mean they're doing it by they're actively encouraging, like, go cartels, give those Americans, give that business, then I agree that what I've said so far will not provide a way to differentiate that.
Got it.
However, if what they mean by China's killing us with those drugs, it means that they're being negligent, or they're being they're not fulfilling their duties to actually enforce their things. They're they're turning.
I just don't think they mean that. I think they mean it in the culpable sense that they want it to happen. They're trying to weaken us, and that's why they, meaning the Communist Party, sell us the fentanyl.
Right. At least the subset at least the subset of conservatives that take that view.
Correct.
Because I imagine it's probably a split. Yeah. I imagine you'll get some conservatives say
Mitch McConnell might say something different than QAnon shaman.
Right, exactly. But the for the QAnon shamans, I think that they would, but I think they'd agree. They'd happily say, like, let's go to war with the communists.
And that would make people who are involved in the fentanyl trade combatants.
Yeah.
Who are part of the organization.
They'd have to bite a harder bullet.
Yeah.
It would be a less of a bullet to take the Mitch McConnell view. We would just say, okay, well, they'll have ways of breaking that. I think, so my answer would be, if you look at... My answer is the whole thing's just a category error.
Yeah.
If you look at the criteria, the intensity criteria, it's just judging intensity of what you already agree is hostilities to begin with,
which are military-like functions, right? You can't use a deficiency in one and an overperformance in another if they're relational to each other.
So the point is that it's only applying the intensity. Elements are only applying to hostilities what are already agreed to be hostilities in the first place.
Right.
So you can't use the intensity. You can't use any of those intensity
to
elements
cover for a deficiency in hostility.
For a non-hostility to become a hostility, because then that's just a category. You can't if you're already doing a category error at that point. Yeah. And I think that's what some legal analysts have already anticipated. That say, like, okay, they're sort of doing a category error here. I think so. That's something to be aware of. I think there's going to be a category error that the Trump administration is going to do. They're going to say things like, okay, look how many million they're killing all of these people. There's hundreds of thousands of people. They're poisoning us. And so because of that, those things are meeting the intensity criteria to be hostilities. And that is a category error if you're applying the framework of the Tadic test. It was never meant to be applied to non-hostilities in the first place.
Right. So you'd have to make an argument if you're following that test, as opposed to making a category error, that the illegal importation of recreational drugs constitutes hostilities. Yes.
Constitutes hostility, and it can't be and it can't come from the Tadic test.
It can't come from the amount of lives lost related to it.
Yeah, it can't come from mere intensity of the Tadic test.
But I think that's just that's such an easy case, because you just ask them, hey, if a single person imports fentanyl into the United States, or even a group does, and imagine in this hypothetical, there's no death and everyone's doing it safely. It's just illegal.
Yeah.
Are there hostilities?
Yeah. The answer is no. Now, look, what someone might respond and say, like, look, okay, I'm not doing the TADEC test. I'm just saying we need some sort of way to consider this a hostility because if it gets so bad in certain circumstances, like certainly you'd agree that if, there's an organized group of people that are just, maybe you wouldn't agree, but if there's an organized group of people that are doing something illegal that's putting in anthrax for $1, then, at some point, does that really not become hostilities if they're just, or some people might say no. Some people might say, look, it needs to be
words
addressed
need to mean something. I don't know. Like, maybe there's some other framework to address there, or maybe you could say, a certain amount of hostile intent, where, but then that doesn't really fit your fact pattern, which is they're importing anthrax, not with their conscious object to kill Americans, but to make $1. They just know that like 20 million people are going to die. But I just think that I think you have to bite it and say, listen, maybe a different framework applies. Maybe you need to create a new framework to deal with it, to justify strikes on them. And we need to come to new agreements on it. But the existing frameworks need to mean something. And it's kind of like what you said about the U.S. law.
You got to completely change it.
Right.
Yeah, but so there's two things to expect. So in terms of expectations on what the Trump administration is going to bring, the first thing is the category error. The second thing is some other form of separate argument for what to try to make, or some analogy to try to make this drug smuggling separately argue as it is an engagement in hostilities, so that they can then use the intensity criteria once they establish its hostilities, that it meets the intensity threshold.
I think something. What do you think about this? You're Trump. You say this is a whole of organization effort. It's related to the drugs, and they're not just doing the drugs. They're killing Americans. They're going across the border, and they're smuggling people in, and those people they smuggle in end up killing Americans. I think the problem there is going to be all the other crimes that would be more generally thought of as hostilities. That is, assaults, killings with weapons, that kind of stuff, that they're not being done on behalf of the group in the same way that the people who are perhaps they're importing, it's not like they're importing their gang members to go kill American citizens, or they're importing the gang members to go kill American troops.
It's not like they're doing assassinations to make $1. It's like they're not in the business of saying, like, even if they weren't, like, if there's an organ, it's not. It's exactly. They're not. It would just fall back to the same issue of this is not an organization. It's not an organized thing that you're doing, because that wouldn't apply to the drugs, because the drug thing is an organized thing that they're doing. There are roles,
there are consequences to it, and and there are jobs.
But in terms of the things that you're talking about, the sporadic murders, assaults that are happening, there's no role that like murder sporadically to assault, murder, manslaughter. That's your role. That's your job.
No.
That's it. It's not like part of that plan of that.
They do that in Mexico. I think Mexico could have a good argument that
So Mexico can do that argument. That's true. Mexico can make the case, a much stronger case, that they are in a non-international conflict with the cartels.
Correct. What about that? America helps them out. What about that? That's not what they're saying.
I don't think I think they're too stupid to do that, but they have to say that, like, they're
Mexico's our ally. Our allies under attack.
Yep.
And we are going to attack the entity that's attacking our ally.
Yeah. The problem is it's hard to make that case when Mexico itself is saying, like, fuck off.
Yeah. True.
So in theory,
we're trying to steelman Trump here. Don't anyone say that we're not trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. We are trying to steelman. So if Mexico disclaims it, America can't decide.
So if Mexico, so Mexico hasn't. I don't think Mexico has declared they're in a non-international conflict with the cartels, as far as I'm aware of today. If they did, they would have justification to do that.
Sure.
So just because they have justification to do it doesn't mean they've done it. So we can't do it unless they've actually done it.
That is, Mexico would, or America would have justification. Both, potentially, right? I mean, if as an ally,
so Mexico, if Mexico acted on that justification, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
if Mexico, because we can't just intervene on behalf of Mexico as our ally if there's no non-international conflict. If there's only justification for a non-international conflict that Mexico hasn't acted on.
Right.
They haven't authorized it. If they do authorize that, if they do say, okay, yes, here's our justification, we are now in a non-international conflict.
Then I think USA would be good, right?
Then the USA would be good. Then they could say, okay, they're our ally, they're in a war, then they would have justification and it would stem through Mexico's justification.
But there's another problem to this, Avi.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Who decides what the US's role is? It's not just the president. I think Congress has the role to decide whether, and this will be my position. I think that even if it were the case that there's justification for America to be involved in a non-state, armed conflict of any kind, even if it were the case that we had justification, either because the Mexico rationale or the other rationales, Congress hasn't decided. Congress authorized the use of military force for Al-Qaeda and affiliates. And the Constitution clearly gives the power to the Congress to declare war. And as interpreted, it would be absurd to think that is limited only to the context of officially declared war. There's clearly a role for Congress to decide on military engagements, and the president has been for far too long superseding that authority, and therefore illegal. Therefore, America is not involved because America, the decider is Congress, not the president. Thoughts?
Yeah. So no. Yeah, you could say that's a separate point. I was saying, could the U.S. do it?
Got it.
Meaning like
whoever the decider is. Yeah.
So yeah, you could so the U.S. could have justification. How that's dealt with internally in the U.S. about who acts on that, who decides it was justified enough. That's a whole separate question. Right. Can the executive do it unilaterally? Does it need to come from Congress? Okay, that's a whole other thing. But in terms of whether the U.S. can do it, if Mexico does make the determination that they're in such a conflict, then yes, then the U.S. can do that. And then that would be that probably would, yeah. But the problem is, of course, Mexico didn't do that, and they're telling us to not do this. Yeah. So,
and the British have stopped sharing intelligence, and all of our allies don't seem to be in favor of it.
Yeah, that's that. So that doesn't work.
So given that, I'll start going sequentially.
Oh, but just real before let's just finish up, because so the reason why it's important that they want to have these sort of things as justifications for the non-international armed conflict, because once they make the case, if they successfully make the case that for whatever reason this specific type of drug smuggling is doing the work of a hostility, it meets hostility that does the work of the intensity, then there's something that follows from that further. What follows from that further is that if that is a hostility, then someone with the role of that hostility is now fulfilling continuous combat function.
Right, which is anyone who's importing the drug on behalf of that organization or as a member of it will be a combatant by definition.
Yes, and continuous combat function. And so you can kill them anywhere.
You can kill them in Venezuela. You can kill them. If they're citizens, presumably, if they're members of this group who are U.S. citizens in the United States, no different, right, Avi? That they're combatants. Right. And I don't think most people would accept that, except for the crazies. I really don't in the drug context, because these people do have agents in America. They come to America, and that just is the case.
They would have to have the role. They would have to have a role.
They would have to be part of it for sure. And I think just like a mere connection. I'm not saying that a mere connection, but what we're talking about here is sweeping authority. If you buy it, if you buy this argument, then it doesn't just stop at the border. Maybe the Trump administration, for policy reasons and for optics, chooses to only do these interdiction, their military strikes abroad. But they would be within their authority, assuming it's lawful under U.S. law to do so, and it doesn't violate rights. That's another aspect too. The Constitution does give U.S. citizens and people within the United States more rights. The thing is, though, like there's limits to that, and in the context of wars, insurrections, not clear that you have like a due process right if you're engaged in a war or an armed conflict with the United States. You know, Al-Awlaki. I think the analysis for the Al-Awlaki strikes in Yemen was correct by Obama. I think Obama had authorization to kill Al-Awlaki, notwithstanding the fact that he was a U.S. citizen. This is why I hate the comparison. And I want you to comment. We will get back to the second strike, and I have a series of. I want to go through everything we just did, summarize, and get your answers on them. But what do you think of that comparison? Because there, I think it's just so much cleaner that Al Qaeda absolutely was in an non-international armed conflict with the United States.
Conflict with us.
You had explicit congressional authorization. And in that context, there's nothing about the rules of war that say like some sort of geographical scope if the conflict exists already. And especially in the context of, it wouldn't really make sense in the context of the kind of conflict, in context of the conflict that we're talking about here, which is this kind of like network group that is doing sporadic attacks in different places, but organized and having a command and control structure, so fitting all the criteria. That just seems trivially authorized under international law and U.S. law.
And the person would forfeit I believe they forfeit a continuous combat function.
100%. He was planning continuing attacks and
Yeah, so he had a clear role. I think all the criteria are met, and the individual met a clear role for meets clear role for not just like engaging in hostilities, but even continuous combat function.
Yes.
So if it's continuous combat function, then it's very straightforward because then you can kill them anytime.
Yeah.
Anywhere really. Like
and kind of same thing with Osama. Now that might have other problems vis-a-vis Pakistan when we did the you know, and I don't. That's just a separate analysis though to the I think right the legality vis-a-vis the rules of war, or maybe there's another rules of war analysis in the intervention in the sovereign space.
Of like going into another area, another country.
But it just seems like a different analysis than the.
That's a different separate issue.
Yeah, got it. Okay, so I think that the comparison that and it's everywhere. It's all and I maybe this is the point that you're disappointed in the Trump people, because it's basically all they got is to say, but what about Obama? Why aren't you saying anything? A hypocrisy argument, which isn't even on all fours. Yeah, it's everywhere. And on every one of my posts where I criticize this action, it's, you didn't say shit about Al-Awlaki. He was actually a U.S. citizen. And it's everywhere. So what's your reaction to that? Your final conclusory reaction to that? I just think it's so obviously authorized and so clearly within the rules.
No, I mean, this goes to what I've been saying before about the current state of the debate. First of all, even if it wasn't authorized, that still doesn't mean if it wasn't authorized, then you definitely have a problem authorizing this shit. If you take that view.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. So, they don't actually believe it.
So that's one thing. Like, at best, you're just showing someone else as a hypocrite. You're not actually making the case.
Correct. Here. Yeah.
In fact, you make the case harder.
Yeah.
It's harder to make the case if you think that was unjustified.
Right.
Way harder.
Super harder.
Because there's on so
every
much
level.
More, yeah, I agree. So I obviously agree that there's more going for the justification of that strike than what we're doing here. The whole point of the only point in service that would be ever brought up to make, if you're really just trying to justify this, is to say like, okay, well, you clearly can do strikes and there are some ways you can do it, which is trivial. Like
everyone should grant that.
You're not making an a fortiori argument. You're not saying because this was, or at least not one that would succeed.
That means the greater audience. That means the greater includes the lesser. So what he's saying there is, you're not making an argument of this is obviously that was less justified and you accept it, and therefore this is by definition justified. That's what I think Avi is saying, right?
Yeah. You would be doing the reverse,
right? I agree totally with that. I think that's my inclination as well, and that everyone should acknowledge that this is a much harder fact pattern to meet out the current standard, as well as the obviously what I've alluded to before is the domestic law component of the explicit congressional authorization. The one factor that is present there, not here, is the U.S. citizenship of the decedent. and the target, and that just adds a due process layer. But in the context in which you can't safely apprehend this person, and right, he's in Yemen, there's no requirement that cops like put themselves in insane risks that aren't reasonable in any respect to go apprehend someone when they're engaged in active hostilities. And so you just very clearly, I think, go over the line there. If it would be different if Al-Awlaki came in an airport, United States, and you could just grab him, I think you would agree with that. But in the current context, that's the only additional layer which isn't present in the Caribbean case. But thank you for addressing that. I have questions, but I don't know if you want to say anything before we get to the second strike. I want to run down a bunch of stuff to make sure I understand your position.
Go for it. Let's do the second. Do the second strike.
So, no, I have my questions first. I want to say, so far you're leaning illegal, not armed, not actual armed conflict, not a war, certainly. Your position on whether or not it's authorized by Congress, agnostic, because you don't really have a good sense of the law there. Like the whole I don't think congressional versus executive.
Oh, in terms of whether the authority lies with the congressional versus...
So regardless of whether there could be justification for an armed conflict from the United States perspective, would it be legal for Trump to make that decision instead of Congress? Do you have an intuition there?
And you're talking about a decision in terms of, not in terms of declaring war or declaring an international armed conflict unilaterally, but in terms of just merely
authorizing the use of military force.
So I don't have a firm view on this because I haven't read enough a lot into it. My little bit that I know is that there are certain contexts where the president can use their executive powers to authorize certain strikes or authorize certain uses of military force without Congress. And then I know that, but I also know that there are overreaches there, and that there's limitations to that. But beyond that, I don't have a firm view.
What's your normative view on what it should be? Do you have one? You think the president should have more latitude?
Let's see. Not this one.
No, but in general, as a powers perspective.
But I don't know if I don't have a fully firmed up view, because I could see where like it would be needed, and I could see where it would be like an overreach, and it should be more limited. I have to think more about that in terms of like where things are, because I would want to judge that in terms of like gold presidents, like not just Trump.
Got it.
Yeah, no, easy.
It's very easy to make they say bad facts make bad law, and I happen to agree with that, especially what the Supreme Court's doing recently. But that's a side point. All right, so it seems like on the first strike, the conclusion is as follows: you're betting it all on self-defense, because if there's no genuine armed conflict, then the rules of war don't apply. Yeah. If the rules of war don't apply, then there's no public authorization justification for a murder defense for that element there, and there also isn't a self-standing authorization to use force other than for some other justification, such as self-defense. And so it seems for you for the first strike, the facts better make it out for self-defense, or there might the additional facts better not show more problematic facts for that defense. Otherwise, you're going to say it's illegal, therefore unjustified.
So agnostic because of the self-defense.
Yeah.
Is there in terms of like where it is, and in terms of where I would bet it in terms of in the court, I would bet it on the self-defense because of the burden.
On current facts only, but what about what you expect the facts to show? What in terms of your overall just vibe?
Oh, my vibe?
I think these people likely. Yeah.
Oh, I think these people just want to blow things up. so no, I'm not hiding. Like, listen. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me.
So one is like, so one question is, what if the court was right now on current evidence? You say because of burdens, no, but like for the court, if the court had 2 years to hear evidence that you expect exists, what do you think would happen?
There's another clarifying question to that. Are you asking in terms of what I think, which evidence I think would the court end up getting, or in a situation where that's idealized, where the court does end up getting all the evidence? It should.
Why don't you answer both?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because here their intuition is, or at least the implication is, Trump will hide, or they'll suborn perjury, or they'll fuck around and shit. Okay.
Yes. And so because of those considerations, if you're asking me in terms of like in practice, do I think all of the things that the court should get will get? I suspect not.
Okay.
And so because of that, I still lean that they're going to fail to do it. However, in an idealized case where the court does get all the things that they're able to get, or if the court, did this happened after a Trump administration,
right?
If the Democrat took over, then yes, then I lean the other way.
And I want to add one other layer here just to make sure we're comprehensive, which is the pardon issue. I think the odds of anybody getting punished for this in the criminal court are very low because of the pardon situation, as well as potentially an immunity argument given the horrific Trump v. United States decision, which I think by its terms, even though it only applies to the president, there are non-trivial arguments you could say that extends further than that in the course of official duties. I think it's non-trivial, and I think the only reason that it would stop there is because the court just, for arbitrary reasons, decides to stop there, but not based on any sort of reasonable extension of the logic of the original opinion. So to be clear, on the side of whether these people will be convicted, I think it's like less than 1% chance, given the pardon power and everything that's going on there. We're just talking about the hypothetical situation that we would have a trial.
Oh, go because of the pardon. Yeah, I mean, because they could be convicted and pardoned, but because they have the pardon thing hanging over, then they may just like not even pursue,
or they might just preemptively pardon them for they can do that. They can say, and that would be legitimate for them to do in terms of the power analysis. So I think that covers our basis on the first strike. You're overall agnostic on it. You're very on current evidence down on the possibility of a conviction because of the burden. You think if there were a fair trial with reasonable access to the evidence that exists, you lean towards it being convicted or illegal, but you have problems with the notion that would be the case, and therefore you still lean no conviction. And I'm sure you agree with me on the pardon issue and the prospects of seeing justice for it.
Yeah, no one's seeing any jail time. No one's going to ever see any jail time for this.
Correct. I think you and I both agree with that. All right. I'm happy that, and so my position clear. I think I agree that on current evidence, because of the burdens, I think it's I do think if there were ever a fair trial, they wouldn't be able to hide it all. And I think that there's enough here that they could convict if they got to a fair trial. Even if certain shit was deleted or certain people, perjured themselves or something, I think it's hard to clean this up. And so I do think if there was a fair trial, even with shenanigans, that they would convict. The problem is I don't think we'll ever get there because they'll pardon. So that's my position on all the stuff. And let's get to the second strike, right?
All right.
Okay. So there's a lot of questions about what exactly happened, who ordered what. Hegseth seems to kind of pseudo throw this admiral under the bus. Was it a no quarter order? Was it just, was there parts of the boat left? Were they calling for backup? So do you want to run down your opinion first to give your sense of it?
Yeah, I mean, this is evolving by the day, the information that I'm getting. So, I mean, my understanding of what happened this far, well, there's different stories about people who saw the same video.
Yeah.
So,
literally, you have Tom Cotton coming out saying one thing, and you have different people saying other things, and so this is very much a disputed factual issue, even on the same source evidence, right?
Yes. Yeah. So what I can say, like in terms of what's not in dispute, is that the second strike. Really, they said 4 strikes. I'm assuming, I don't know if all of them even hit, but. Because there was a second event, at least, where after there was damage to the boat and most of the crew killed, there was a second event in which there was a strike, which killed the remaining survivors. So that's not in dispute. What's in dispute? Like everything else.
Yeah.
What they were doing, what their goals were, who they were in communication with, who they were not in communication with. All of that is I've heard different things about. Whether there was a no-kill order, I've heard different things about. Whether there was no kill all of them order, I've heard different things about. Whether there was a no quarter order, I've heard different things about. So yeah, like all of that shit is.
So I think I can resolve this already for you, given what you've already said. Because you don't think that there's an armed conflict or a war, there is no legal authority for the military to target this person because they're not in any sense a viable target, and because now the self-defense argument definitively is gone. And even in the context in which they're calling for help, even in the context in which they're trying to save drugs,
trying to escape,
none of that is going to change this into a situation where there's self-defense right here.
Well, I agree. I mean, that's why I said, like, illegal. It's precisely because I don't think laws of armed conflict. Now, if laws of still, you should be aware that if laws of armed conflict do apply, if they somehow are able to make non-international armed conflict apply, okay, then those facts become relevant. Because if law of armed conflict applies,
and salvaging drugs is considered a hostility, that's how you did that. Okay, that makes sense.
Or even if it's not, you can even if it fails and we're in a non-armed conflict because of smuggling drugs, but for some reason you can make the case that salvaging drugs doesn't count, but smuggling does. There's still other things they could say, like, okay, maybe salvaging drugs isn't a hostility, even if smuggling drugs is. However, the act of salvaging drugs, we can make an inference that they were trying to escape.
And escape also gets rid of your hors de combat.
Yeah. Yep. And so, because think about it, like when if they're preparing to be apprehended, you usually dump the drugs. You don't try to salvage them.
Yeah.
You try to get rid of the evidence.
But here's a question though. I understand that that's the rule. Escape is the general rule. What if there's no attempt to capture? I have to think that they don't have to just drown there. They can try to get out if there's no attempt to capture. I mean, like I read carefully to try to see if that situation is dealt with. Like, are you trying to escape if there's no attempt to rescue or to capture from the opposite side? And so I think that I can't imagine that they have an obligation just to drown if there's no attempt to save.
Right. They would have. Yeah. No. So I imagine if I were to, I don't know if there's any
binding precedent or
But I would imagine where it would go is that there'd probably be some reasonable sort of expected time frame after the combat, after the strikes, that it would be expected to not flee, upon which it's like to be.
But it's like the open ocean, Avi. It's like you're in the middle of the fucking water, dude.
I get it. Yeah. I get it. But if you're asking in terms of how that applies, because that does apply to shipwreck cases.
Yeah. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying I think that the circumstance is it needs to dictate. It
would depend on how it's the time. It depend on how long. Yeah. So, for example, if they get struck and then within minutes they're already planning an escape,
right?
Then that's going to be handled very differently than if they get struck. They are there for an hour.
Yeah.
And then they try to gather things like, okay, let's try to move. We have to try to get somewhere. That's going to be handled very differently.
Yeah.
The thing is, for this case, it was 4 minutes after.
Allegedly, because there's a dispute. Because there are some people say there was a radio, and some say there's not. Yeah. They dispute about what they heard.
But I don't think that's in dispute. I didn't think that was in dispute, though. I didn't think the time frame
of when they did what?
Of when they tried to reclimb. Yeah, yes, for time from the strike to whatever they were doing. It's in dispute of what they were doing.
Right.
But the delta in terms of the time, there's no dispute, okay, here's a dispute. Someone says 4 minutes and then they did something versus someone says an hour and then they did something. That I don't think I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
What I've seen is everyone agrees there's 4 minutes. However, what exactly they were doing after that 4 minutes is in dispute. Someone says, they were just trying to hang on to survive. Another person says, no, they were salvaging drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but that becomes relevant because if it's true that after if the laws of our conflict do apply, and it's true that after 4 minutes, they're already starting to salvage cargo.
Then you have a better argument that they've lost hors de combat status because they are continuing hostilities and or
either
attempting to escape
or planning an escape.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So that makes it so the law of armed conflict thing resolves a lot there. But the facts are also important in terms of losing hors de combat status. So even if the laws of war apply, there would need to be. I still think the burden would be on the prosecution here, if they were trying to bring a case that. Although I'm not sure because I haven't seen if this exact thing applied, because obviously, they don't teach you this in law school necessarily. They don't expect you to be, unless you have like a specific focus on this, right? But so I don't actually know the burdens here. Maybe I'll take a look at it, and maybe I should open. It's an area of law that's very interesting, and maybe I am interested in it, so maybe I'll take a look at it. But there would have to be some showing from someone. There's a burden somewhere, perhaps, to determine the hors de combat status. Even if the laws of armed conflict apply, it could still be illegal. But the sort of backdrop to that is they could also lose it such that it could be legal under the rules of war. But absent the rules of war, it really does seem that this is illegal. And
no, whether they succeed on the rules of war applying or not, will handle a lot of this. The thing is, like with hors de combat by injury, like there's three main ways you can get that status. There is surrender or intention to surrender. You do that, you get it. If you are fully incapacitated, like you lose consciousness, you get it. And then there's the third category, which is the higher bar, which is like mere injury. And the mere injury it can't just be that you're just injured. It has to be that you're injured plus other things. Like you're not trying to continue hostilities, you're not trying to escape. There's cases where, like, I briefly read some of these cases where it's like, normally, like, you'd consider someone who shot out of a plane in a parachute to be hors de combat, to be out of combat. But, if they take a radio and they start calling in positions, right?
Yeah.
That's continuous. Right. So even just using a radio. Now, they didn't do it in this case, or at least it was contested. But there's other cases where it's like, crawling away, like an attempt to escape, like their legs are shot and stuff, they can't run but they're crawling, or like barking out commands to other people to crawl to flee or something. Like those are like all like I don't
no longer
think
hors de combat. Yeah,
no longer hors de combat. So that's like it's a high threshold for just mere injury alone.
Here we're talking about shipwreck and not necessarily hors de combat by injury alone. So tell us the difference there by your reading, if any.
Yeah, shipwreck is. I mean, the fundamental ideas are all the same, but shipwreck is a bit different. Shipwreck. The difference in shipwreck, as you said before, at least the intuition pumps is like, okay, well, you drown.
Yeah,
it's not like on land where it's like you can just be free to lay there and demonstrate.
That's my problem with this whole escape thing is, and it really does seem vague. I think that what one might consider escape in the context of land engagements might be reasonably understood as just trying to save your life in the context of you're in water that will kill you. And within the next
and that's why I think there's going to be like some reasonable sort of time differential.
Yeah. I
just think it's an extreme. I just think putting it at minutes is a bit extreme. Okay. So I think they'll lose it if they were trying to escape within minutes.
All right. And by the way, for those of you who are wondering why salvaging stuff would be considered hostilities, we're operating in the framework under which these drugs are critical to the analysis of hostilities, in which case they're like, the preservation presumably would be either from a perspective of escape if you're trying to take those drugs that are like the arms and, as evidence of escape, or if the salvaging itself is considered hostilities for reasons related to the, justification for the hostilities in the first place, or for the armed conflict existing in the first place. That's why we would be analyzing the salvaging component as a hostile act under which you would lose hors de combat status if everything else goes through.
Now, an inference could be made that you're trying to escape even without considering the bringing of the salvaging of the drugs and bringing it back to be an act of hostilities. So, like, even if you took the view where it's only smuggling in but not like salvaging back, you can still, it's just like an observation that's more expected on flight than not.
Right.
Than preparing for capture.
It's evidence that would suggest flight.
Yeah. Right. For people who prepare for capture, don't start salvaging drugs so that they have more drugs when they're captured.
Right.
Like they do the opposite. They dump the drug.
Yeah. All right. So now let's go through them. Just to make sure we confirm, and I'll tell you where I agree. I agree that the rules of war likely do not apply. Therefore, this second strike likely illegal. On the case that the rules of war do apply, I'm agnostic as to whether they lost oars to combat status. My guess is no, because I take negative inference against all these motherfuckers, and for a bunch of different reasons. But I'm technically agnostic on that point, pending more information coming. And you, I'm guessing, are agnostic on that point. But you probably have an inference that it's really easy to lose oars to combat status, assuming the rules of war go through, and so you're probably leaning the other direction, right?
Yeah, so I think so I'll agree with you on the first point. It's like, okay, yep, well, no laws of laws of war combat apply. Then yes, it's very hard. It's going to be very, very hard to make this a legal case to avoid it. So it'd be illegal if laws of war do apply, and assuming it is true that they were salvaging. If that was true, I lean that would be legal.
But on current facts, are you agnostic as to what actually occurred?
Oh, on current facts, yes. On current facts, yeah, everything's disputed. Like all the facts are.
Okay.
Yeah, the only agreed upon thing is that was a second strike. So.
Okay.
Then they died. So.
But again, I would probably say that you would, given the burdens in a criminal case, same things from the first strike. Fair.
Same thing. You have your burden of proof is with what we have so far, I think they're walking. If this went to court, I still think the second thing is harder to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, because then it's up to the prosecution to show that the laws of war do not apply. It's up to the prosecution to show that if in the context of the laws of war applying, that oars to combat was not lost. It's up to them. Yeah. So with them having the burden,
well, I actually don't think it's that.
No, I'm only doing that if the rules of war apply.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were saying. Yeah.
Because if it just goes to court, if the second strike just goes to court now,
seems trivially
without any pardon. Yeah, I think a conviction would be the case in an idealized world where any of those other factors don't apply, like pardons and whatever. But I think it wouldn't go to conviction. I think they would walk if the laws of war apply.
Okay. Got it. So your view right now is something illegal happened, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. That was I think very useful for me. I don't know about you. I don't know about the audience. I hope that was useful for you. That was just our analysis of the strikes. We have more to talk about. I'm conscious of how much time we spent, but I'm gung-ho to keep going if you are. I want to talk about the policy. I want to talk about the Groypers. And so you let me know when you have to go, okay?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Actually, how much time did we spend?
We spent 2 hours.
Okay. Could we do the rest at a different juncture?
Yes, we can.
Okay. As much as I do like it, yes. I do have some obligation I have to take care of, and I do get carried away.
That's why I did that little check. I want to make sure that I'm not abusing your time.
But we will come back because I do want to talk about Groyper Wars at some point.
Yeah.
And the other stuff. But yeah, I do hope that this was helpful because this is it's important to anticipate what they're doing, and you can't rely on low tier level 0 MAGA debaters to get that.
Got it. And I appreciate you. I was worried that you were going to come in with all this crazy shit, but I think that there's, you're not taking the just defend Trump no matter what take, and I know you get the reputation for carrying water for them, but
I don't defend Trump no matter what.
I know you don't. I know you don't. No, I'm just saying I'm happy that my continued vision of you being at least someone who is is not just a sycophant has not been unblemished, and I appreciate that.
Yes. Good. Very good. Okay. All right. Till next time.
See you later, man. Have a good one. Later. All right. It's just us now. Han Solo can't save you. Very useful. I thought that was a good little epic combo. And I think it's useful to note that even on his view, I think the self-defense thing is not established. I think it's illegal. And even Avi thinks it's illegal. We both agree we're probably not going to get justice for it because of the pardon. And there'll be some fuckery, and my guess is he's against the whole thing. And it grounds down to basically, in addition to every other reason, the big one is that we're not in an active armed conflict with these groups. Anyway, what else do I have to say? Oh, yeah. So MAGA has completely apologized for all of these deranged lies they said about the pipe bomber in the Jan 6 case. Did you see all that? Who noticed all of the MAGA people apologizing for their unhinged lies about Nancy Pelosi and Biden's and this being a plant? Did you notice that? Oh, wait. They're just doubling down. Oh, no. Oh, no. Supreme Court going to review Trump's challenge to the birthright system. You know, that was expected. We have an arrest of a person, and he apparently confessed. So initially, I was very worried because the affidavit seemed sparse in terms of direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or whatever that he did it. But he apparently confessed, which I think is great news. If it was him, he needs to be punished. I think he should be charged with attempted assassination, attempted murder, terrorism, that kind of stuff. I think all that shit. I don't know if you can charge him with conspiracy, though, because I don't know if it goes past him. I hope that they're running a robust investigation. The weird shit is MAGA is now aligned against Kash Patel. So it's possible, for the first time, Kash Patel and the DOJ got a break in a really important case and did something that ended up, whether it was the right decision to do to arrest him right now, who knows that he was going to give a confession in that moment. If it's true that he gave a confession, then their action resulted in something amazing happening. And awesome, we have our suspect, and maybe we'll get justice for this crime, this atrocity. And so in the one moment where you'd be like, okay, an unambiguously good thing happened as a result of Trump's DOJ, MAGA's just pissed about it. No one believes it. They're all pissed about it. They can't take the W. They all think that it's part of some grander conspiracy. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine? And listen, I call balls and strikes. It is unambiguously a great thing that they apparently got their man, and if we're to be believed, he admitted to it. He admitted to the whole fucking thing. That's good cops being good cops, right? That's Kash Patel, going through the sources. I don't know if it was him directly. Maybe it was just some fucking whoever it was. And maybe the Biden Department of Justice thought that they didn't have enough to actually convict him, right? Because they arrested him to charge him. Maybe not on the expectation that they would talk. And who knows what is the total amount of evidence? Because if it was just that affidavit, I'm worried because I'm not going to convict on those facts alone. But he fucking spilled the beans. Why just spill your beans? Who's seen that movie? The Lighthouse? Why just spill your beans? What's the full quote? Shit. Why did you spill your beans? Wait, is this it? 1 sec. Oh no, it's long.
And I had him handy and helpless, alone.
Nah, it's too long. Sorry.
Too far downstream.
Pause it, motherfucker. And yeah, he admitted to being a Trump supporter. He said the election was stolen. And so now none of MAGA believes it. They think it's all a plant. They're like, if this guy was really the bomber, we would have had the Biden administration would have put him in jail already. They would have used it. So they don't fucking believe it. But the Blaze TV, they took down their they had an article accusing some U.S. Capitol police officer, and they took it down. So yeah, it's always the case, isn't it? Like, we have Operation Warp Speed, which I know we didn't listen to World War Debate. we had Operation Warp Speed under Trump in 2019, 2020, right? Or 2020 mostly. It was a whole of government effort to help create these vaccines. And we get some of the best innovations ever. And Trump can honestly take credit for his administration doing something wonderful. Operation Warp Speed, right? And if you actually read about it, whether Trump himself, it's his administration, right? It's his people he put in place, and they helped create a vaccine, something wonderful. And he can't run on it. All the stuff good that Trump does, or his administration does, they need to disavow. It's the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, I'm a bit floored. I'm a bit floored. You talk about SCOTUS considering birth rates. No. I do think that they're going to do that. If I had to bet, I would give a slight favor to them upholding birthright citizenship. But do not count on the Supreme Court. I made a video before the administration was inaugurated predicting this. And I said that then you couldn't trust the Supreme Court on this specific ruling. That is still my position. Even though I think it's more likely that they uphold it, I do think it's not at all safe, given this insane Supreme Court we have. Just absolutely crazy bonkers. Teddy Bunkers. Okay. Other things to say. Wait, there was other stuff I wanted to talk about with you, my lovely chatters. Why just spill your beans? What was it? You were orphaned, you were 16. What did you see, Clarice? Lambs. And they were screaming. Thoughts on the First Amendment auditors? I don't know who the First Amendment auditors are. It's like a group. What's your question? I don't know what your question is. I don't read all your fucking chats. Losers. Can you call in about what, Kevinator? They harass cops to try to give them to violate their First Amendment. I've never seen that. Sounds like a bit of a meme. Is it true Loner Bog's going to be on Live and Learn soon? Maybe. I haven't read the group chat in a little bit. I'll take a look at some point. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Would the murder be a state charge? No, federal charge. Federal charge. We went over the statutes in a previous stream, but there's federal laws in the books. Laws in the books. Oh, yeah. It's not a state fucking... Guys, who told you this? Where'd you learn this? Where the hell did you learn this shit? Do I really need to do this? After I just did it? Oh, fine, I'll do it. You guys make me so mad. I learned it from you. Now, you'll notice this is the United States Code, right? Not the a particular state. And what do you know? It says murder. So maybe the federal government can have some murder charges. It's not exclusively state. It's, as a matter of practice, generally done in the states. And the federal government limits its jurisdictional reach. Right? But it's not the case that it's only state. In fact, I don't even think a state would have jurisdiction to bring a murder case against Hexit, etc. Because it happened in the District of Columbia, so not a particular state. Maybe, the DC equivalent could bring it, but I doubt that too. I think it would have to be the feds. You're welcome, Josh. It's okay. You're pardoned. Pardoned. Someone wanted to call in, right? Go call in. Go call in, Kevin. 6 callers ahead of you, Jimmy. What's that from? It's from something. You're going to call your local prosecutor? Federal government can have a little murder charges as a treat. Sure can. I don't see you, motherfucker, Kevinator. I'm in here and you're not here. Hey, Slim. I've been trying to call you. Fuck, I don't know the words. I don't know the words. Don't laugh at me. Hutch says they didn't do anything wrong. Who? Is this Kevin?
Yeah. Hey.
I'm trying to call you if I got words.
Oh, sorry. I have to mute the stream.
Yeah, mute this shit, bruh. What is this, amateur hour? I'm just kidding. What are you doing?
I'm fine. I've actually talked with this about this with Kafka, who you had on stream.
Oh,
like,
Kafka Esquire. Yes.
Yeah. And one of Destiny's mods, Zip, if you know him.
I know the man.
So we were talking about if Trump pardons everyone in the end, how we could get some charges at least and some convictions. And our idea, which also Kafka referenced as would be possible, he didn't like it for some reasons, which I can mention later, would be to basically subpoena people like Hexath and those who we think committed crimes, and then like ask them in front of Congress about the things they did, and either they lie and commit perjury, and we get them for perjury, which would not be too bad, right?
Fuck them perjury charges. That's just fucking. That's nothing. That's child's play.
It's something.
Oh, it's fuck.
Don't
offenses,
you think that something is better than nothing?
Yeah, something's better than nothing.
Okay, so
but they can just not lie. They can just not lie. They can be like, yeah, I did what I had to do.
They
I thought it was legal.
Crazy things, right?
So they're insane people.
Yeah, but I mean, if they admit to committing war crimes, then at least that's something. That was
pardoned.
Actually.
They're not going to admit to war crimes. They're not going to agree with it. They're just going to agree with like certain facts and be like, but they don't have to agree with the conclusion that they committed war crimes. They'll be like, oh yeah, I mean, we did that and it was justified. That's what they're doing right now.
But don't you think that if someone then reads the military code in front of them and says, hey, you had one strike, which was here, and they show the video and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're just going to say we had a reasonable to believe that they were going to continue in hostilities, and therefore,
don't you think that it's like obvious to like then the majority if they lie so egregiously? Then you can.
I don't know if they would have to lie. I don't know if they would have to lie. Because they could just admit the facts as they are, and they can just say that, well, you know, you can say what you want, but that was justified. I don't need, like, they're not going to agree with your conclusion from the facts that they don't have to lie about.
But, like, you can't just, you can't just, like, randomly say, well, we think that some things that go contrary to the military code are justified, and you can ask them for their evidence.
They're going to deny that it violates the code. They're going to say it's legal.
Yeah, but then you can ask them for their basis for that, right?
Yeah, and they'll give it to you. It'll be ridiculous, but they'll believe it, or they'll at least say they believe it.
But we are not talking about the MAGA people. We are talking about like those independents, like I don't even know which independents are left, but there are some people who don't know what's going on. They're not paying attention. They are not listening to anything. And if we started a trial, well, it's not a trial, but
I think we should have public hearings over it, and we should bring their ass in front of.
Sure.
I don't have a problem with that. Just like don't expect you're gonna get some. I don't think you're gonna get perjury charges because I don't think they're gonna lie. Or if they do, they'll do it in a way that's sneaky. Like, I don't remember this. Maybe it happened. I don't know. They'll do some like equivocal statement. And even if they don't, if they just fully admit everything, they're just gonna interpret it and be like, "This was legal. This is ridiculous. It's kangaroo court." And so you're not gonna shame them into like admitting they're bad. And I don't think you're gonna get them on perjury. And that's weak sauce anyway, you know. But like I still think we should do it because it's fucking based to make them sweat and to bring, like you said, attention to it. I just don't think that it'll have the result of justice. That's what I don't think will happen.
Okay, we had a First Amendment discussion like 3 months ago or so, and I think you could actually do First Amendment stuff with this as well. Like, let's say you want to get people like Tucker Carlson or Tim Pool prosecuted for the shit they've done. You could do similar things.
What have they done?
Openly lied or being paid by Russia and so on. Like, I think, and I've talked with you about this, I think the situation that is going on right now can't persist, right? Like, people can't just...
When you say can't persist, you mean it ought not persist?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it shouldn't be like everyone on the right keeps lying about specific things. Like, for example, Joe Biden completely ignoring Black Lives Matter or something like that, which obviously is a lie from their side.
When you say it can't be, it means it's preferable that it not be. I mean, it logically can continue, but what I mean to say is like it will be really harmful if it does continue. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
No, I'm just clarifying for myself and for the audience because people will say it can't, and I don't want people to misinterpret it like, well, it could. It's just like it would be really, really, really bad and have horrible results if it does.
Okay, like let's say that Tucker Carlson would be subpoenaed and brought in front of Congress, and senators would say shit like, in 2020 you openly communicated with your Fox News hosts about the Dominion lie, and you admitted that you were lying. You were just telling everything you told to basically enrage the people and sow mistrust and stuff like that. And he can't deny it because we have records of it. We have like I think we have.
You want Congress to do a bunch of fucking like subpoenaing to target conservatives.
Yeah. And like I know that you were like a lot very much pro First Amendment, and this would be an attack on indirectly attack on their First Amendment.
Well, I don't think it's an attack on the First Amendment for Congress to subpoena people to discuss events within their potential regulatory authorities. So yeah, I think it would depend on the purpose. It'd be better if it was related to some kind of government act or omission or some kind of corruption. Then I think it would be justified. I don't think I would want us just to haul in a bunch of conservatives to try to fuck with them in the kind of free-wheeling inquiry. One is because I think it's not going to look good to do that. I think people overestimate the degree to which these hearings like don't backfire. Like sometimes they backfire. and they overestimate the importance. Like anyone's fucking listening and watching this shit. So I would be more interested in that kind of maneuver for PR purposes if I felt it was tailored to some kind of actual like corruption within the government or some kind of like clear regulatory end. But if it's just to like a fishing expedition, I think it's a waste of time, and I think it can backfire.
Okay, like my issue with that is I extremely dislike people like Tim Pool who shape the media landscape in a way that is toxic.
Join the club.
And I
join a club as a frequent guest of his. I also feel the same way.
Okay. And to me, this shouldn't, like, I think the 2024 election was mostly lost on because of two issues. The first one was obviously the economy, and the second one was the media landscape. And I extremely appreciate what you guys do with Live and Learn, inviting different people to discuss certain topics. I think this is very important to...
Yeah, but we're small potatoes.
Yeah, I get that. Well, Hutch isn't that small, but anyways, I totally appreciate your move to invite different people, talk to different people, and get some new people in. But this is, as you said, just a very, very tiny fraction of what should be done. And as you also said, you don't have the power to shape the media landscape on your own. So
yeah, it's kind of hard to like regulate that away. One is because of the First Amendment makes it problematic. The Congress subpoenaing thing kind of gets around that a little bit, but I'm just not convinced that has the desired effect, which is to like, now the people know the real thing. Like sometimes you get good moments out of it, but it's kind of what you make out of it. And Democrats have not been uniformly successful at, asking the right questions and being based in those settings. And so it's a mixed bag, I think. I get what you're saying. I don't think it's strictly speaking an attack on the First Amendment to haul these people into Congress to answer for some shit that's relevant. I'm just saying, like, I'm not convinced that it will lead to a good result, because I think that it can backfire easily, and people aren't really like watching those hearings, unfortunately. And I don't think it'll affect the media landscape, right? In what sense would it affect the media landscape? They would just use it as free PR, and then they'll be like, look at how corrupt and everything. So like, whether that's true, whether they'll convince people, I don't know, but I don't think it'll have a material effect on the size of their platforms.
Don't you think that if you showed all the evidence that Tim Pool was paid by Russia and that he frequently lied about it, that this doesn't shape the media landscape in a way that you basically make him one of a lot of
but there's not good evidence.
People.
There's not good evidence he knowingly accepted the money. That's the point.
Okay.
Did you know that?
No, actually, I didn't.
Yeah, so Pool wasn't like implicated in a criminal way where the government assessed that he knew that the Russian money was coming. Now you could say that he lacked due diligence in verifying the source of the money, but there's just not any good evidence that he knew that Edward Gregorian was a Russian asset or like was Russian intelligence service, because it went through a middleman, which was this person Lauren Chen and her husband, and so there's the government considered them victims. That is true.
Okay. I thought it was basically like with Tucker Carlson a thing which actually was problematic.
They would have charged him. They would have charged him for it.
Okay. I thought the charges didn't get filed because Trump then came into office. But
there were I think they dropped the ones against Lauren Chen and her husband because they're corrupt. But they very much put those two as knowledgeable, because those two refer to them as Russians in private DMs, seem to have an understanding they were Russians. And by doing so, they were conspiring to violate FARA, the Foreign Agents Registration Act. It's actually not a crime to lobby on behalf of a foreign country. You just have to register, but that requirement only obviously comes up if you know that you're doing that, right? So like they don't have evidence that Lauren Southern, that Tim Pool, that Dave Rubin. Now, I think there's still areas of criticism, which is like, did you do your due diligence? Like, should you disclose those communications as to assuage fears for your audience in terms of open whatever? But one of the reasons I don't bring it up when I go on to Tim Pool is because I don't have any evidence that he knowingly took money from the Russians. I don't know who told you that or whatever, but people need to be careful about that stuff, because it'll cause someone to say it when they get their big break on Tim Pool, and he'll just own you, be like, what's the evidence I knew about it? And then he'll own you because there is not good evidence of that.
Okay. But don't you think that doing that with Tucker Carlson and just exposing his lies would be a huge benefit?
I think it's just like, there's no way to have Congress resolve it. Congress is like one of the most despised entities in the United States right now. Its approval rating is bubkiss. No one trusts these motherfuckers, and people are going to they go to these hearings and they're able to, fight to a draw 90% of the time. And the people, they get the clips they want, and the other side gets the clips they want, and they just fight it over on social media. But it doesn't really significantly move the needle, these specific hearings. Criminal charges can, but again, I just don't see that there's a crime anywhere. But if you're like looking for Congress to save the discourse war and the social media, like they are not going to be the ones to do that. It'll have to be Democrats getting more entertaining, getting more organized, having bigger audiences, integrating some more, thinking about things. But we're not going to get saved by a hearing. And I don't think, and I'd rather win the argument in the public square. Like, yeah, Tucker Carlson's lies are obvious to anyone who wants to look them up. We have the...
Yeah, but no one does.
Yeah, because they're not as interested. And a hearing with some fucking geriatric 75-year-old, like, struggling to get through a stupid line of questioning written by some dumb staffer who doesn't know shit to get to a dunk isn't going to change people's mind because they're not watching. They don't trust these people. And frankly, that's ancient history. Like, his lies about fucking the election, yeah, I mean, I think it's horrible. I bring it up, but like, that's old news. They don't care about that shit. And so it's not going to change anything. I still think we should like do some of it, not all of it, because why the fuck not? And because I think it's a big issue and it doesn't like necessarily hurt anything. I just don't think it's like gonna be the big help that you want it. Especially if it's a maximalist approach where you're doing fishing exercises, I think that has a tendency to like backfire. And so I'm not, there's no like easy solution to what we're going here. We're in it for the long haul. For the rest of our lives, we're going to be dealing with these crazy motherfuckers. And there's not like the court's not going to save us. The Democrats aren't going to save us. Congress isn't going to save us. We're going to have to save ourselves. And it's going to be a long fight. And so there's not like one answer. And I don't even think the congressional hearing thing is going to like move the needle that much on media. They'll use it as an opportunity to do like to stump for their particular things. And I'll tell you what, these conservative influencers, they're fucking stupid in the wrong context, but they are more prepared to take advantage of the limelight than one of these old fuck Congress people. The average person. Now some of them are good at questioning. I like Goldman's questions. I think AOC is good. I think that on the Senate side, we have some good questioners, but we have some really bad ones too. And the Republicans have some charismatic people in these hearings, and they perform well sometimes. So I just would be careful putting your eggs in that basket, even a little, honestly.
Okay. One more thing I wanted to address.
Mm-hmm.
I was a bit sad that you didn't bring this up in your debate yesterday. Or was it yesterday?
With Viva?
I actually... Yeah. About the... you didn't mention the Hexef video in which he said very similar things to Slotkin. Did you see that?
Yeah, no, I did see that. Thank you so much for contributing to the Bring Back JPP. But no, I appreciate it. We're on hiatus right now, but yeah, we'll keep you posted. But thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. So on the on that part of it, because I was limited in time. He said he only had an hour, and I wanted to cover a lot. I didn't drill down on that particular example. And
okay,
he's just and because I know what the answer is going to be either way. It's going to be bullshit. He's going to be like, okay, so you acknowledge Hegseth said the same thing. I even considered bringing it up at some point. Thank you again for the super chat. I think that the distinction worth making should be what should happen given a reasonable and informed audience versus what we have now. The problem isn't a reasonable world lacking information. Yeah, I think that's a decent point. Thank you, big leafy tree. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. So I would have brought that up. There was a point when I was considering it, and he would have said, well, don't you think it's different if in the context in which you guys are calling all of the orders from Trump illegal, so it's obviously different intent. That's what he would have said. I mean, it's bullshit, but
yeah, but you could counter it. I actually posted it in the general. I can basically read my
read it.
My post. He could have brought up the fact that Hegseth said very similar things as, for example, Slotkin. The counter argument from MAGA usually is that there is context to the Slotkin video which makes this specifically bad. However, the same kind of context exists with Hegseth's speech from 2016. First, starting in 2015 with Operation Jade Helm. 15. I don't know if you remember. This was a training exercise on U.S. soil, directed by Obama. And commentators like Alex Jones warned that the military training was done to train the military to act against U.S. citizens. Then later, Obama pushed for higher gun control measures in early 2016. Given the Jade Helm, this caused right-wing commentators to freak out even more. Starting in mid to late 2016, speculations that Obama would fabricate an emergency to use the military to stay in power became more popular, so that I think even Fox News talked about that fear. And around that time, Hegseth made his speech where he called for the military not to listen to the commander-in-chief's order if it was illegal, which was obviously referencing of Obama.
Maybe that would have been useful to bring up.
Have to.
I think that they would try to distinguish and be like, oh, but Hegseth didn't say that. Those were other people, and Hegseth didn't say that he thought there was going to be blood on the streets, and that's what. So it's always going to be like, the fact of. But I think it's a good thing to bring up, and if I had that information, I would have. I don't think it's like a bad point. I didn't have that information. I didn't know that stuff that you just said, but I do think that he would just like hand wave it and be like, it's so different because Slotkin specifically said that they were going to shoot Americans, and so it's so different. And so all this stuff about whatever, that's not what I'm saying. I just say that like, Slotkin, she was the one who was sending the secret orders because the guy's deluded, right? The guy's a maniac. But if I had that information, I would have brought it up. I just want you to know that it wouldn't have changed his mind.
Okay.
But I don't think it's a bad point. To reasonable minds, it's a good point, I didn't have that information though, and he's not a reasonable mind. That's just that's the only caveats I'm saying. I'm not saying that your research is bad or that your point is bad. I think it's a good point. I just think that, and I would have brought it up if I had it. So kudos on you.
Okay. Then again, thanks a lot for your work regarding Live and Learn and during those live streams. I really appreciate it. And
I appreciate you, man.
I'll
Where are you
go
from?
back to the live stream.
Where are you from?
Germany.
Like from Munich?
I was born. I was born in Rochester, Minnesota, and then 9/11 happened, and my parents moved to Germany, and yeah.
So you're an American citizen.
So yeah, and I'm completely fucked because of the taxation system.
Oh yeah, because you have to pay IRS all the time. Get fucked, kid.
Actually, right now I'm in a bit of a legal trouble because my bank account in Germany currently isn't registered with the IRS.
So you're gonna get
the
fucked.
Bank account manager, the bank account manager argued that since I once lost my social security number, this wouldn't be an issue.
You lost your social security number?
Yeah, for some time, but then I found it again. because my parents handled all of that shit.
God damn. Well, we got to sort your shit out.
Yeah, that actually, like, I got my US passport before the election because I thought maybe if Harris wins, I could move back. But, well, this didn't turn out. And I'm currently working on a way to not get in trouble for withholding taxes because of the bank account issue.
Well, definitely don't admit to anything wrong online.
No. It's basically
you're innocent, right?
Of course, because there are actually pathways for that specific case.
Hell
because
yeah.
Many people don't know that they have eligibility for U.S. citizenship. They don't even, from time to time, know that they are
plausible
US citizens,
deniability.
So... Exactly.
Except you now just said it, so you're fucked. Just kidding. Hey, I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing that, and thank you for your additions. I appreciate them.
Thanks a lot for the talk. Bye-bye.
No worries. Later. Bye-bye. What up, everybody? So Josiah says, SCOTUS says they are taking up Trump's birthright citizenship. Check TM. Yeah, this is not surprising to me, and don't read into the fact that they granted cert here, okay? The court is probably cognizant. So typically, like, your inclination ought be granting cert in a case where the appellants who apply for cert and are granted it usually have an edge. I wouldn't read too much into this granting of that they're going to hear the case. I think that it's a DOJ appeal, but there's enough of this litigation percolating that there are many reasons why the Supreme Court would want to finally resolve it, other than they're just going to skullfuck the country. That said, don't put it past this fucking court. Don't you put it past them. But we'll take a look at the briefing there at a certain point, and we'll keep you posted. It's a case that, or a set of cases that is dear to my heart. Something I know a little bit about. We know about Wong Kim Ark here. We know about all the other cases that right now I can't name. Fuck, what's the case from, is it, Pleiades? It's the P. It's one of those cases. It's one of these, like, little centrist Republican judges. Little Kennedy action, little O'Connor action. This cute little Lion Ted. One of my favorite memes is Lion Ted becoming Lion Ted. If you know, you know. Always expect the worst from SCOTUS. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Wait, I think that's my content. That's what I was planning to do. Let me think if there's anything else. I've reviewed debates. Oh yeah. We should check in on counterpoints next week. I wonder how he's handling his midlife political crisis. That I feel like we saw something. We saw that something was happening. Something was ruminating in his mind, percolating, and it's very much consumed him. The Lion of Judah. Lol, you guys are too funny. Oh, the Groypers. Oh yeah, we were gonna I didn't chat in voice. Oh, sick. I can't wait to talk to my fucking boy, Josiah. All right, we'll talk to him. Yeah, Avi and I we were gonna talk about the Groypers. We're still gonna do it. We'll just do it later. We spent too long on the actual strike, so we'll talk about that at some point because we do want to talk about it. Yo, who is this?
What up, playa?
What up, playa? What you got? What you got?
I'm procrastinating.
Oh yeah.
Recorded like 3 or 4 videos today. And I gotta record some more, but oh god, just
Real quick. Did you see that Ethan is suing NVIDIA for copyright infringement? No, that is
Who?
Ethan is suing NVIDIA for copyright infringement. Please.
Oh, you're talking to a chatter. I'm like, who the fuck is Ethan?
Someone please,
okay.
someone please show me where that is. Holy crap! I didn't know this saga could get more fucking
talking
spicy.
about Ethan Klein. Boy,
I think
I'm basically
so.
I'm an expert. I'm an expert in that. Like anything
shit.
you want to know about the Ethan Klein thing, like I'm your boy. I've actually pivoted purely to drama commentary. That's going to be 2026 Pondering Politics. We're going to have to do like a whole fucking rebrand.
I know you love the
Ruminate
drama.
I love it. I'm obsessed with it. No, but
yeah.
So you're not worried about the birthright citizenship thing?
Oh, I am worried, but I just don't think they were going to resolve this case no matter what. Supreme Court was going to hear it no matter what.
Haven't there been prior challenges to birthright citizenship? Why now?
What do you mean why? Because it's being attempted to be removed by Trump.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm curious, like, why the court would take up cert now. It's because there's more attempts to overturn? I thought there have been like previous challenges to birthright citizenship in the past. No, I understand, bitch. But what I'm saying is, have there not been attempts to overturn it in the past?
Yeah.
Have they ever granted cert for a case like this?
So in the 1800s, there's a case called Wong Kim Ark that established birthright citizenship. Then there was a case from the, in the 70s or 80s. I forget the fucking name of it. Maybe it's like Dove or something. I don't know.
All right.
And that case like acknowledged the indicta of the holding of birthright citizenship, but it hasn't, like, no one has really tried to take it away this is unprecedented since Wong Kim Ark. Wong Kim Ark decided this like 100+ years ago, and so Trump is doing something unprecedented. And so, in the 21st century,
is the executive order even in force right now? Like,
no, it's enjoined. I think everywhere. Yeah, I think I don't think it's been successful in any single court, and if it has, it's not for long. Most practically every court, I'm fairly certain of this, that no court has like upheld it.
Lightsaber to your head. If you had to bet everything you own, if you had to bet everything to your name, if you had to bet the value of our friendship about a particular ruling, what would it be? What do you predict? What do you expect?
I think they'll uphold Wong Kim Ark.
Do you think it'll be 9-0?
I think it'll be 8-1.
Who will be the one?
I think it'll be
spoiler alert, it's Kagan.
Alito. No. I mean, this is pure speculation. I think that it is possible that they overturn it. My degree of confidence is something approaching like 65%. They'll maintain Wong Kim Ark. But that's just basically, I think that the case against the government is legally rock solid in the sense of they have all the best arguments and the Trump administration has no good argument. And given that reality, that they have no good argument, the ambient level that Trump will just be handed a win for no good reason is like 35%. That's just like the starting baseline.
Isn't it sad? Isn't it sad that we live in a world where you're like, yeah, this is an unambiguous, rock solid, fucking argument, and it's still like 60-40, 50-50.
I mean, this Texas gerrymander decision is one of the most blatant political decisions I've ever seen in the Supreme Court. It's so stupid.
the district court's decision, or
no, the Supreme Court just yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No. I mean, if I had to guess, I'd put like my guess would be an 8-1 or 7-2 split in favor of upholding Wong Kim Ark. But again, I put that like at the overall right decision at like 65%. And that's only because I give a baseline of 35% that Trump will win no matter what in the Supreme Court.
Yeah. He has I keep seeing like a stat thrown around, and I have not had the chance to like dive deep into it, but something like a 92% win rate.
Stupid. It's so stupid. They ignore everything when it's like, it is so obviously blatantly political. There's just no good argument. Like anyone who would have been like they're just, you have been so vindicated on the need to expand the court, and so have I, by the way. And the need for
I know we were on the same page there.
Court reform. That I think that you go a little farther. You're like non-acquiescence. A Democratic president just ignore the courts. I'm like, no, I don't do that. You're like people will say that like I'm the most left wing of the Live and Learn crew, but
you are now because I'm ex Live and Learn. I'm your ex girlfriend basically.
Have you had any pangs of like, oh, I miss doing this ever?
Fuck no. I miss you guys, but like no, I don't honestly like. This is the first time I've been in any sort of like live stream environment in weeks, and it is purely a function of laziness
anxiety
right now because I don't want to. I just don't want to sit down in front of the fucking camera and crank out some more shit. I've got some friends coming in this weekend from out of town, and so I've been doing like a deep clean of the house while I've been keeping track of the news and shit like that. But
I'm glad I mean,
like you guys.
Yeah, but I just want to say real quick, even from an alum perspective of the crew, right? The alum perspective, I think that you're generally, if people actually looked at it, you're more left wing than I am. But people consider me the most left wing.
Definitely on certain things. Definitely on, I would say probably on the courts and stuff. I think it's just because I've always been more cynical. I mean, as an officer of the court, I think even now you have more general optimism and faith in the institution than I do, which I think is pretty common for any practicing attorney, or just any attorney, period. But yeah, from like a very educated layman's perspective on the court, I just don't have the faith in it that you do. But you're more educated on the topic, so maybe your faith is more.
You think I have faith in the Supreme Court?
You have more faith. No, you have more faith. More.
Oh, okay.
MORE. More faith than I do. Yeah.
Well, then you must be really black-pilled on this birthright citizenship case.
Oh my God, yeah. Like when I saw that figure 92%, it made me laugh because I was like, this must be like a meme or something. But I've seen like, I don't know. I've seen like lawyers throw that thing around. I think I even saw Ryan tweet it like a couple of weeks ago or something like that.
He's just been totally completely annoying all the time.
He's on his right wing content creator arc. Like that's just we gotta keep it in perspective. Gone is the Ryan that we knew, the one who was a closet, Trump supporter, and somebody who has burst forth in the most flamboyant way out of that fucking closet. You know what I mean? Like rainbows and everything everywhere. Like he is.
Hello, it's out there. And the thing that makes it, I think, most extra special is the arrogance. That's like the pure like talking down everything. Like people call me smug, and I can be smug and arrogant and all that stuff, but like every word is dripping with
fake. That's fake news.
It's dripping with like the worst kind of like performative arrogance. Listen, I still like talking.
I remember when we were in New York, hanging out with you.
Yeah.
And you asked if I wanted something from the bar, and you said, Josiah, do you want a Tito's and tonic? Yes or no? Yes or no? What drink do you want? Put me on the spot. It terrified the shit out of me.
It was really unfortunate, and it was. It really soured the whole experience.
No, it was a great experience. It was a great experience. So catch that Liberty game. It was fun. It was a good time.
No, it was a great time.
But no, like it's fine. I thought of you because Sarah Jessica Parker took a selfie with not Brian Telephone. David Pacman at some sort of event. It was
weird.
Like you talk about a collision of two worlds.
They're going on CNN. Yeah. They're going to do big things. They're fucking. I can't wait to see you on fucking MSNBC or MS Now.
No, they have like PR people. Like they hired like a PR firm. I don't have.
Pacman and BTC?
Well, I don't know about Pacman, but like some of the others that we've seen in this space. And so like I don't have like the willingness to like do that. Like they have an ambition and a hunger that befits their youth and vitality. And I'm, but a grizzled, husk of a millennial.
Where's your fucking ganas? Where's your drive? Are you black?
I'm married now, they're gone.
Well,
let's say what?
Are you black-pilled about the future? You're just
I wouldn't say black-pilled. No, I mean I don't want to say fortress arc because like I don't mind like I'm here. It's just like for me it truly is a function of time and effort, not like whatever it was for Voosh in his fortress arc. I think it was just actually, I don't even know. I dare not even speculate. I don't know what the source of his arc was because I didn't pay close enough. Was that the horse stuff? Was that the arc, or was that?
I don't really know.
Was the arc long before?
I don't really watch Vosh.
Okay, well, bottom line is for me, it is truly a function of time. Cranking out like 7 or 8 videos and a day, and it's soul crushing. But
it's more fun to stream, man. You just get to interact with the chat, talk some shit, and fucking Just like chill.
I disagree. I tried streaming when I was still Rum 1 and 8, and it was terrible. Of course, I was nobody, and there was like 3 people watching, so that might be it. But I hated it.
Why?
I hated it. I remember one time I blinked, and it was like I'd been there for 10 hours. It was by far the longest stream, the one and only stream of its kind. I said, fuck this.
I think I've done an 11-hour stream before. I think I've done that too.
Kill me. Yeah. Is your ass not sore afterwards?
I have a good chair, man.
You have a good chair? Like proper lumbar support?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Like I find it more exciting for me to deal with people in a live fashion. It feels like more natural. And that befits like the that's the optimization of your talents. Why I said, when you first started to transition into content creation, I think that it was a great idea because for all these like fucking Rakita Law and that Richard Bacon or whoever that Steven debated with the other day, whatever that guy's name is, Viva Frey. Bronca. These guys are fucking they're really
bronchitis there. Like he's
not sending their
we
best.
need like a strong left lawyer, a fucking pit bull, a bulldog, a pit bull dog. You know what I'm saying? Who's just like going to go in there and fucking tear them apart.
Hell yeah.
Argumentatively.
Bro. I love that shit.
You got in front of the market.
I've had other like, pseudo work things I've been doing that like slowed me down in the
OnlyFans.
That's my secret fucking job.
I was scrolling through there the other day and I was like, I can recognize those feet anywhere. I know those feet.
Jesus. But for like the last few months, but now like I've had more time to really focus on the streams. I feel like people have felt my presence more. And it's for me, it's fun. Like it really just is fun. I like practice, for sure. But it sometimes it's like I get to focus now on the things I want to focus on, which is like protecting or trying to spread the message of protecting the country. And yeah, I feel like I'm not scared of anyone in the debate sphere on the right at all.
Yeah, I mean, you're fearless. You're fearless.
I just feel ready to go.
We've seen it.
I want to.
We've seen it time and time again, be it in person or be it like digitally. Like when you went into, Tim Pool, surrounded not just by Tim and his crew, but a live audience of people who probably wanted to shank you. You got right up in their face.
One of the guys, he's messaging me all the time. He's like, I think I'm not saying this to be tiny. If you're out there, please don't kill me. I think he might be like an actual homosexual because he's just like constantly making like. He's just like spamming and being like, "When are you gonna show up, bro?" Like, because remember I called him a bitch.
I do remember that. Yeah. Oh. He wants to fight or fuck. He wants to do something.
He wants to do something. He either wants to fight me, kill me, or get his butthole blown out. I'm like one of those because Jesus Christ, he's like,
well, one then the other potentially. I mean, don't rule it out.
Yeah, maybe.
He could fuck you and then kill you.
You ever see Mr. and Mrs. Smith?
One of my favorites, classic. That's Angelina Jolie at the peak of her prowess.
Well, have you seen Beowulf? You just cut out, by the way. It's always something. Always fucking something with this guy. Pause.
You know Hunter, right? From
I didn't hear a fucking word you just said.
What?
You cut out. Your internet fucking kicked. Yeah.
No, it didn't. Somebody tried to call me. God damn it.
Oh, okay. Then say after I said butthole blown out, you said top of her prime, Angelina Jolie.
Yeah. That was like at the peak of her career. Like she'd just done Lara Croft Tomb Raider and then the sequel, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I think it was a couple of years before Wanted. And I think Wanted was like the nadir, maybe Salt 2010. And then she started to do more. John Voight. Of course.
He's a psycho.
Some fucking neophyte dealing with me.
What's up with him and Rosie O'Donnell? Or not Rosie O'Donnell, fucking Roseanne Barr.
They're psychotic, man. Okay, as bad as that is, as crazy and conservative as they are, the one that really guts me,
Kevin Sorbo? James Woods.
No, James Woods. Fuck Sorbo. Sorbo's trash. Sorbo was always trash, and sometimes in a delightful way. I'm not going to lie. I enjoyed a good rerun of Hercules, The Legendary Journeys, and Andromeda. But James Woods, one of the all-time greatest actors, I Will Die on That Hill, wildly entertaining. Hades, The Specialist with Sylvester Stallone, John Carpenter's Vampires, and yet look what has become of him. And he was in Mensa. He has like a 160 IQ, and he's proof that even geniuses can suffer from MAGA brain rot. It is stunning.
It is not limited to the unintelligent. He was in that Cronenberg movie, and he was also in that movie. He's like in a Vietnam War movie that I thought he did really good in. I forget the Cronenberg.
Oh fuck!
Movie.
Yeah.
Did you see my talk with?
No, I'm thinking of Apocalypse Now, but that's not it. Fuck, that's Brando and Martin Sheen.
Yeah. The horror.
Yeah. God. Wait, why'd you bring up Mr. and Mrs. Smith in relation to? Because
they fight and then they
violent
fuck.
sex scene they had. Yeah.
Wait, have you seen my things with counterpoints recently, or any of it? It's okay.
You know, when I'm editing videos,
you don't have to say yes. Videos, I just want your honest answer.
Wait. When I'm editing videos, sometimes I pop in.
Videodrome, that's it.
I've not listened to a single one from start to finish.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
So I've been like, you ever have this feeling like you just open your eyes and you're like, that motherfucker.
Of course. Every time I look at Connor. Those are the first two words. That motherfucker.
I was like, this motherfucker. He's gonna vote for Ron DeSantis, and then I'm like,
yeah,
and then I'm like, this motherfucker is walking around like he's one of us, letting me say that he's a closeted Democrat. He's gonna go ahead and vote for Ron DeSantis on some bullshit, and I'm like,
he's in Florida. He's near ground zero of that particular outbreak.
So I was like, I just had this epiphany. I'm like, I'm fucking, interacting with this guy, and he's over here
treating him like he's a human being.
Yeah, he's thinking about Meatball Ron's meatballs. I'm just
I'm not surprised. Okay, because I think Connor would tell you this. If you gave him a less stupid but still authoritarian conservative, he's probably predisposed towards that than any garden variety Democrat.
Do you know what he said?
What's that?
He said, give him a choice between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance. He's going to withhold judgment.
Well, that's insane. Dude, did you see Gavin Newsom at the Deal Book Summit, New York Times? Did you see it?
No, I didn't, with his greasy ass, head ass.
He was sitting very strangely. I think it's because the chair was so low. It was the strangest crossed leg I've ever seen in my life because it was like,
I saw that image. Yeah. He looked like like he was doing some kind of thing, like he had to pee or something.
Yeah, well, yeah, like he had to hold it in. One of his best public outings. Like he's fucking surrounded by a bunch of like CEOs, like the C-suite of a bunch of companies or whatever, and a lot of them like applauded and clapped to like some of the cool shit that he said. But like at one point, he was asked by Andrew Ross Sorkin. He's like, "So, speaking of imitating Trump's rhetoric, you have this merchandise store where you sell Trump knee pads," and a lot of people laughed and. Newsom was talking about. He's like, "Yep, they're 100% legit. We sell out of them all the time, so we're increasing capacity." And he points to the audience and goes, "And some of you out here need to buy this in bulk." And I'm like, "God damn, that's what I'm talking about. Like fucking insulting these people, like just slapping them in the face to their faces."
Well,
like,
have you considered the following from my commentator?
Sure,
Common
I'm with you.
Newsom is done, and not just on Twitch. Have you considered that?
Last couple
she's very left wing. She's very left wing, so just keep that in mind.
I don't know.
You don't like
know
lefties,
who that is,
right?
But
or do you not punch left? Which is it?
I don't punch left. Like, well,
so you won't even condemn Hassan Piker. Will you condemn Hassan Piker? Will you condemn Hassan Piker? No, you won't. Oh, come on.
Oh,
look at this. So I get all the shit.
Thing?
So you use me as a fucking punching bag.
What specifically am I condemning him for?
For his political ideology.
One thing I did.
Oh, you're so reluctant. And I'm the punching bag because you use me as a punching bag. Like, oh, look at Pisco. That's what you do.
I don't know. Who are you? Are you shadowboxing somebody? Who else is in this call? Reveal yourself. Mysterious third caller.
No. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah.
Say what your explanation was.
I will tell you, like, because he was at the Crooked Media Convention thing, the Pod Save American convention thing, and I texted some people. I'm like, I'm pretty disappointed by that, because
really?
it's not even that. Yeah, because it's not just that it's not his position, I suppose, on the political spectrum, and that he's more left than I am. That's not an issue. I think what it is if you're going to be part of a convention like that, like that's the version of CPAC, you should be more openly supportive of the Democratic Party. And I think that just comes down to like my litmus test there, which is like, for example, Mamdani, Hassan loves Mamdani, right? Like he's a big fan of Zorna Mamdani.
Yeah. This is the part where you say it's not ideological because ultimately Mamdani supports the candidate. This is the part where you say that? Except when 100%, when it's Kamala fucking Harris against Donald Trump.
What about?
And Mamdani didn't endorse. So
That's
aren't
true.
you full of shit, Josiah?
But if this were 2024, yes, I would be full of shit. But since then,
after he needs the party, then Mamdani endorses.
Before he was in power, he's still technically not in power yet because he's only the New York City mayor-elect. You would know that if you actually lived in New York City, you fucking fraud. I don't know if you guys know this, but Pisco is actually from Jersey, okay? He's across state lines.
This is
fucking
false.
Scandal being blown.
This is scandal.
Bullshit. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of you presenting yourself as a New Yorker when you're from Jersey instead. You love Bon Jovi. You love Bruce Springsteen. You don't like Alicia Keys at all. I remember, as a matter of fact, wait a minute, asshole. You may recall that when my wife and I were in New York City, I invited you to watch a play of Alicia Keys. It's called Hell's Kitchen. It's called Hell's Kitchen. You said, fuck Alicia Keys. She was born on the wrong side of the river. That's an exact quote.
You literally put me in number 2. You're like, if my family doesn't want to go, you can come. And I'm like, bitch, I didn't even ask to come. I would like to.
I don't tell you when and where you can't come. Okay, number one, that's fake news.
Can we just,
number 2, what else is fake news?
Because when I move to Queens or something, everyone's gonna think I'm a fake New York. I'm like, right now, I'm in Manhattan. All right, I'm in Manhattan, and no one can take it away from me.
No, that's fake news. You're off the Jersey Turnpike, is where you are. You're right. You're in fucking Newark. That's what it is. That's what it is. Pisco was phonetically deceiving you all. He said he's from New York. He's in Newark, New Jersey.
Slander, you ask me. Yeah. You don't know shit. What do you know about Jersey? You don't know shit. You don't know fucking anything.
We got an aunt who lives there.
You're a southern boy.
I love.
You're used to the cornfields.
I was born in Pennsylvania.
Let's get back to your hypocrisy. You were trying to make a distinction between Mamdani, who didn't endorse Kamala, and Hassan, who didn't endorse Kamala. Go.
Mamdani endorses Democratic candidates since 2024.
Have you ever seen Josiah
Mamdani endorses Democratic candidates since 2024.
Very convenient.
And the only Democratic candidate that Hassan has endorsed, to my knowledge, I assume he endorsed Hassan, right?
Which Democratic
didn't Hassan endorse Mamdani? So that's the only one that I'm aware of.
Which Democratic candidate has
Meanwhile, we have Mamdani out here being such a fucking team player that he actually says that Hakeem Jeffries should be speaker, which is staggering to me.
That's not that is an internal thing, and it's clearly self-interested.
What do you mean it's an internal thing?
It's an
what do you mean it's an internal thing?
That is not an election, and that's clearly for his own benefit, isn't it? It's not because he recognized the Democrats as lesser two evil. It's because he needs them.
I'll be honest with you. I've thought about this extensively. I don't know at this point. I think it's too early to tell if that redounds to his benefit. Because I think Jeffries is particularly popular.
Here's the thing, right? I do think Mamdani is different than Hassan, but it's not because of this whole like Democrat allegiance thing. Because that's a fairly recent thing. That Mamdani is citing.
Recent counts. Fuck you. Recent counts. If Hassan were to start embracing the Democratic Party as openly as the alternative to the Republican Party, my views on him would probably soften as well. But until then, I was really disappointed to see him being given such a marquee position at CrookedCon.
Why is that? He's one of the biggest influencers, and it's just because he isn't a party hack like you and me.
Asmongold is one of the biggest influencers, right? Why wasn't Asmongold, given a speaking gig at CrookedCon? Or what about Benny Johnson? Or what about fucking Ben Shapiro? Or what about your buddy Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh?
Michael Knowles, my buddy, my buddy Michael
Tim
Knowles.
Bull. Okay. Have you done something with Michael Knowles? No, wait, that's Luke.
No,
that's Luke.
Luke Beasley. We're all the same to you, right?
They did
just like a undifferentiated set of like faces that you see.
You know what? When I see such a cluster of talent, it's hard sometimes to distinguish. When I see such like titans in the space.
Let's talk about Plattner. I don't trust this motherfucker. You can't say shit because
has there been any new developments?
This is the thing, right? And I get it because you do something else, and I think you do criticize leadership. So I'll give you that. So you're not like I love Hutch. Hutch, my boy. I love IRI. They're my boy. They will never hit an elected Democrat ever. Almost never.
Okay.
You will sometimes, but I don't think you're going to talk shit about Plattner right now because I'm about to. Because you're bot.
No, you can't. I just so my issues with Plattner and Mills at this point. I don't know which one's worse. So
yeah, me neither.
I haven't seen the polling on this, and I haven't seen the polling on this in a minute. But I know that obviously Mills is pretty popular in Maine as a governor. That doesn't necessarily translate for Senate. It doesn't mean she'll win the primary. Plattner's back-to-back scandals have me really on edge. But I don't know, like I haven't been like keeping track of that particular race. Has anything like have any new scandals or new polling dropped in the past couple of weeks?
More of a vibe. Well, no, Plattner, the recent polling I've seen show him ahead, but I don't know if those are internals or what.
In the primary?
In the primary, yeah. I don't know about the head-to-head with Susan Collins, but it's less of a specific thing, putting aside the Nazi tattoo for a second, and what I think is him lying about it.
I remember for years you telling me that Nazi tattoos are like actually more of a plus for you than anything else. Like they're more likely to get your endorsement after that. So I believe you when you say it's not the Nazi tattoo.
And when are you going to get your Groyper hat delivered to you?
I left it at your place in Newark. You motherfucker.
I don't have a comeback ready. I'm sorry. I'll give you the W on that exchange.
That's right, because you're not from the Big Apple. If you were from the Big Apple, if you knew how to talk shit like a New Yorker.
No, you caught me at a weird time. Listen, you got me a weird time. I want to talk about Plattner. It's less of a specific like besides the Nazi tattoo. It's like a vibe. I'm like something ain't right. I see this tweet he has today of like, oh, you're gonna agree with it though. You're gonna think it's based. He says, I want to impeach. There's really compelling cases to impeach or remove 2 conservative Supreme Court justices, and you're going to say that's based, aren't you?
Wait. Can you repeat that? He what?
Do you have a boner or something? You want me to repeat it again? I'm not going to help you get your rocks
off.
No,
so for real, like you said, which Supreme Court? Like you talked about U.S. Supreme Court?
Yes, U.S. Supreme Court.
Okay. All right, go ahead. So he wants to impeach 2.
He didn't specify the nature of the high crime or misdemeanor or precisely who. Now, maybe he's referencing a previous statement he made, but it just strikes me as something that someone who's like pandering and just wants to tell the people what they want to hear. And it makes me feel empty. It makes me feel like mistrusting. And it's like, I described it earlier as, you ever get that feeling where you're like, you know what? I'm just not going to go to the store right now. You know what? I'm just not going to take that road back. I usually take this road back, but something feels off. It's kind of what I'm feeling.
Yeah. Some sort of like deep intuition misgiving. Yeah. And it was because he said he wants to impeach 2 Supreme Court justices?
It's weird, but that's what triggered it, yes.
Yeah, I guess I have to see the tweet, because, just you reading it to me, that's like, it reads like autoerotica to me. Like, I'm like, hell yeah.
Oh, no.
Like, please, tell me more. Fuck it, let's go for all 6.
See, this is the thing. You're really the blue MAGA person. You're the person who wants to basically have no rules, not respect the rule of law. You don't want to listen to the courts, because you want the courts to know that they're the president's bitch. And so you're really the mirror side. I think you're more principled than Trump. I think you're more cerebral than Trump. But you are willing to be ruthless in a way that Trump is, in the sense of not respecting things that I think are sacrosanct. And I think that is a real difference between us.
I think for a thing to be sacrosanct, it's got to be reciprocal. And I think that that's something that separates me from a lot of other people. It's all well and
that's a destiny line. That's a destiny line, and it's not true.
No. Destiny cribbed that from. Listen to me. Don't you give credit to him. Okay, he's been radicalized in part over the years because I and you have pushed him in that direction.
Yeah, but I pushed him. One of the things I'm well pleased by. So when that happened, I'm always pushing on the side of the path of the paladin. You're pushing on the side of the sneaky backstabbing rogue. So yes, I radicalize.
I don't play D&D.
You know this archetype. All right. I'm doing the path of the Jedi, and you're doing the path.
Oh, fuck.
What do you mean, fuck you? Fuck you.
Yeah, you're right. You know what you are? You know what you are? You're the Jedi of the prequels.
No, I'm
You're
the
Jedi of the prequels.
No,
Yes, you are.
I'm the Luke Skywalker Jedi.
Not even. Oh, really? You're Luke Skywalker? Yeah, that didn't work out pretty well. As a matter of fact, you know what? I like that. You are the Luke Skywalker of the. So what you are is you're right now in Return of the Jedi, right? And you're tossing away your lightsaber. Okay. And you know what's going to happen to you? You know what's going to happen to you? You're going to die. You're going to die a vicious, torturous political death in this metaphor. But for what? Pisco?
The Dark Lord saves me.
See the problem with Luke in that? I love that moment. But that moment only matters in part because Vader is inspired to destroy the Emperor. See, if Vader doesn't destroy the Emperor, then you just die like a bitch, and the Emperor goes on to conquer the universe, and then everyone curses your name. Like, oh, he stood on his principles like a little bitch and did nothing and allowed fascism to run rampant over the galaxy.
Luke was right. The whole point of Star Wars is Luke is right. This is a mistake of Obi-Wan.
No.
Yoda's...
Luke was right. Luke was right to believe that Vader could be redeemed. I agree with you there. But this movie isn't over. So let's finish the metaphor. You're tossing away your lightsaber. Who's Vader?
No,
when's Vader going to stand up?
I'm not saying.
Will the real Vader please stand up?
I'm not saying MAGA is Darth Vader and they can be redeemed. I'm saying that the essence of the Jedi spirit is in me, and yours is the way of the Sith. Yours is the way of who you are. You're Count Dooku saying, I'll let you know that the fucking Chancellor is being controlled by a Dark Lord of the Sith. Qui-Gon knew this to be true. Like, that's who you
sound
are.
More like Pennywise than fucking Count Dooku. What the fuck was that Christopher Lee? See, this is the thing. If you were from the Big Apple, you could do a Christopher Lee impression. But again, you're fucking from Newark. You can't do impressions worth shit. No, listen.
Hey, I'm walking here. Listen.
Yeah, that's my stupid impression.
Yeah,
I'm walking here. I mean, look. In all seriousness, yeah, I'm probably willing to push things a bit further than you. But I genuinely believe, meaning aside, that the things that a lot of people want out of their politics, like civility and decency and principle, I think a lot of these things at a certain level have to be reciprocal. And when they're not, you just look like a fucking idiot, dick in your hand, while the world goes to hell in the handbasket around you.
It just depends on what.
Yeah.
Like, I think that for partisan gerrymandering, for like some of the rhetoric, but like I don't want to.
That's why I'm not giving you shit.
Yeah.
No. That's why I'm not giving you shit, because it really is just where you draw the line. I mean, there's nobody who is, Luke notwithstanding, and even then, I suppose with what we learned in The Last Jedi, he kind of walked back a little bit.
Jedi. I can't
such
be
a great,
who
such
she
a great
wants
line.
me to be.
Such a great line. But at a certain point, everyone will violate their preferences and principles in a certain state of emergency. So, getting all the way back to the impeachment thing of Plattner, impeaching the justices. I don't really advocate for that. And I've never actually explored why. I think it could be just as much as, there's probably not an impeachable offense. I mean, I don't even know if the non-disclosures.
That, right? Yeah. You saying that suggests that you're adhering to the Constitution. You do have principles.
Well, but the thing is, there are alternatives. Like if let me put it like this: if you said, okay, look, you can't expand the court. The only way to rebalance the court, for whatever reason, is to impeach a sufficient number of the 6. Then my answer would change.
Really?
Of
you
course.
Would violate the Constitution?
Yeah. Well, again, do you think? Let me ask you something. Wait a minute. Do you think any impeachment against? Do you think there have been any unconstitutional impeachments?
Yes.
Is there one that just jumps out at you?
Yeah. I think the one against
Go ahead.
The one against Alejandro Mayorkas was unconstitutional.
Did it even go through? I can't remember. I thought it failed on the vote.
He was impeached.
No, I know it never made it to the Senate. Did it pass the House? I thought it failed on the vote.
What you asked was whether there was an unconstitutional impeachment. I gave you an example.
Well, no, for there to be impeachment, they had to have the votes for it. That's what I'm saying. Did that even make
Oh,
it
he's so silly.
to the House?
He doesn't even know. It did make it through the House, yes.
Oh. And you thought it was unconstitutional?
Yes.
What, in effect, what does that mean? Would it have...
It's not
just because it wasn't a high crime or misdemeanor?
Or like, yeah, because there was no high crime or misdemeanor.
Would it still have effect? Like if the Democrats in the Senate...
because the Congress is the one who decides on it, but it doesn't mean that you don't have a self-standing obligation to follow the Constitution as a senator or representative.
But if the Congress is ultimately the one that interprets... I mean, I agree with you that it was a bad faith. I would argue that's a bad faith impeachment effort against Mayorkas because of the southern border. I don't know if it was unconstitutional.
But then you're just saying there's no...
And I don't know. I don't even
What
recall,
you're saying is that there's no unconstitutional impeachment. You don't really believe that, though.
I believe they're bad faith.
That's not what I asked. That's a different thing. That's a different thing. I didn't say
but I don't know if... Well, that's because you interrupted me before I finished, asshole. So that's what happened. So why don't you just shut up for a minute and let me go? Okay? So there are bad faith impeachments, but I don't know if they're unconstitutional impeachments precisely because Congress is the arbiter of what constitutes a high crime and misdemeanor.
So Congress doesn't have an obligation to consider the constitutionality of its own actions, even though they swear an oath to preserve it. Of course they do. Just because there's a different decider. Yes, they do. They have their own self-standing obligation to consider the constitutional acts. And of course some impeachments must be unconstitutional. Of course. Just as it would be unconstitutional for Congress to knowingly pass
are there Supreme Court rulings
law.
That are unconstitutional? Are there Supreme Court rulings that are unconstitutional?
I do believe so, yeah.
Okay. Well, tell you, I imagine most law scholars would be like, I guess by definition that can't be the case. The Supreme Court.
It depends what you mean by unconstitutional in that context. If you mean like actually constitutional, or in the role of the Supreme Court having the last say in terms of what is decided to be unconstitutional by virtue of the fact that the Supreme Court is last and final say on what the law is, then that's different. Mm-hmm. But every branch has an obligation to consider the constitutionality of its own actions. Now, there also happen to be self-standing obligations to follow the directives of the courts. That's its own thing. But everyone has to consider the Constitution. You can't do some, like, for example, it must be unconstitutional. The Constitution says for high crimes, misdemeanors only. If you impeach someone, said, we're impeaching you because he did a really great job.
Yes, then I think that would on its face be unconstitutional. Because they didn't even try to make it fit the standard of a high crime and misdemeanor.
Just because the Constitution dedicates the decision making to a particular branch of government other than the courts doesn't mean that the decision maker can't make mistakes about what the Constitution says. So, for example, it's trivially true. If the Congress says something like or like seats a member who is underage for the requirement, then they have violated the Constitution. Like the plain letter of the Constitution says, you need to be 30.
Yeah, but I think that would be justiciable. That'd be justiciable at that point.
But like imagine it wasn't. For whatever reason, Congress stripped jurisdiction of the courts to actually hear those claims. And I'm not even sure if it would be justiciable. Maybe. I hope it would be. I really do hope it would be. Hope like maybe in like the ballot process. But who knows with this court, right? That's why the Anderson decision on Section 3 was so horrible, is because there was no basis to distinguish the other qualifications for office in the question of self-execution. It was so stupid. I mean, the Supreme Court is so fucking dumb. But anyway, like regardless, if it is justiciable, if it's not, Congress has a self-standing obligation to follow the Constitution. So there, of course, are unconstitutional impeachments. It's just the courts can't comment on them because they're political questions devoted to Congress. But that doesn't mean that they don't have an obligation to follow the law themselves. And so Mitch McConnell, he was bad faith saying that they didn't have jurisdiction under congressional or under the impeachment clause. It was his interpretation of what impeachment required. Now, he was wrong about that, and he was being fucking malicious and bad faith, but it is an obligation for the Senate and the House to consider the constitutionality of their own actions. They have to. They can't ignore it.
Has this get back to Plattner? What's your point? Has this tie back to
totally
Plattner?
Lost. No, because you said if it were the case that the only way to get a rebalanced court would be through impeachment, notwithstanding the fact that it would be an unconstitutional impeachment, you would still vote for it. And then I called you out, and I was like, that means you don't have a principle to uphold the Constitution.
No. Well, I'm still not convinced when Congress is the ultimate interpreter of what constitutes high crime or misdemeanor. I would need to see what the articles of impeachment were. I mean, again, if it were something like, we're filing articles of impeachment against Justice Alito because he's doing too good of a job, then I couldn't countenance supporting that because they wouldn't even try to,
it would be unconstitutional.
They wouldn't even try to tailor the articles of impeachment within the framework established by the Constitution. But I mean, I don't know, like Alito's or Thomas's corruption charges or corruption allegations with the undisclosed gifts or whatever. I could see a reasonably talented lawmaker, or group of reasonably talented lawmakers and scholars drafting articles of impeachment to try to tie that to a high crime and misdemeanor and make that an impeachable offense. I'm open to that.
Open perhaps, but not convinced yet on the basis of current existing evidence.
Yeah, well, I just haven't thought about it at length, right? Like, again, for me, it's like I wouldn't even bother with impeachment, number one, because it's not the only option. Number two, it's not going to happen anyway because you would need...
The easiest option is to just be devious. All right, guys, here's the devious option. You just pass a law. Don't go through all this impeachment bullshit. If you really want to get rid of a justice, just pass a law undoing their seat on the Supreme Court. They'll still have good behavior. They'll be a federal judge, but they won't have a seat on the Supreme Court. If you really want to
shrink
fuck
the court,
with them,
right?
just either shrink or expand the court. What you could do is get rid of their seat and then remake their seat, and then
what
give
if
it
we
to
do?
someone else.
Okay, how would this work? Let's say President Josiah has a sufficient majority in both chambers of Congress to take the court from 9 to 7. How could I target Thomas's seat?
Yeah, you just pass a law that says, that particular seat is hereby, abolished.
Yeah, but how would you word it, right? Because would you say the seat of Justice Supreme? Like, I don't know. How would you distinguish
there are like
it?
specific seats. And by law, you could designate the one currently by the senior most associate justice or something. Is
so let's say you shrink it.
Yeah.
Let's say you shrink it, and he's still a federal judge, whatever, good behavior.
By the way,
but let's say
I don't
later,
want to do this. I just want to expand the court for those of you in the chat.
I understand.
We're just making devious.
I'm asking you. So then let's say that then a week later, I pass another law expanding the court again to 9.
Yeah.
Does he go back into his seat automatically, or can I?
Hell no.
Nice.
Well, I mean, this would ultimately have to be resolved, but maybe you pass a additional law next to this law saying that this is, you're making an exception to the Supreme Court's appellate jurisdiction, and you're saying
there shall be no throw that in there. There
shall be no judicial review over this particular act. A little bit of a nice little cheat code you got to put in the law, but
honestly, I hadn't even thought of that either. I was just thinking more about expanding the court and just putting them in the minority.
Who decides whether a jurisdiction strip is constitutional? If you strip jurisdiction to see whether the jurisdiction strip is constitutional, but then you'd have to check the jurisdiction. You understand? You get into a fucking loop.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's why I feel like the best thing to do would just be to expand the court. Like I'm still convinced. Like you asked me at the very beginning of this conversation, am I black-pilled? It's no, but it's not that I'm black-pilled in the sense like, if again you held a lightsaber to my head and say, what are the odds that we retake the House, even with all the gerrymandering and everything else, I would say I'm reasonably confident that that's going to happen. I don't take it for granted, but that's my intuition at the moment. So it's not that I think that Democrats can't win elections.
Let me be
it's just,
guys, I don't know if you've seen these polls, but they're really good.
that's okay. Listen, I was knocking your impressions earlier. That one was decent. That was pretty good. So I'm not as confident as Hutch is because I think things can change in the next year. We don't know what the ultimate result of the gerrymander will be. Like the Indiana House just passed their version of the gerrymander, and now it's got to go to the Senate. And it was tied in the Senate last time, so it died. But there's been like a full court pressure campaign. It's possible one of them will flip. So I just don't know. And then Florida is apparently going to get in on the action. No fucking clue. But the point is this: I'm not black-pilled in the sense I don't think Democrats will ever retake power, but I'm just more and more convinced that unless Democrats have the fortitude to wield that power,
testicular fortitude. You love saying that.
Testicular fortitude, sure, we can say that. Yeah, testicular fortitude to wield that power in more aggressive, norm-violative ways. I will become increasingly black-pilled. Like we are at such a disadvantage institutionally, and I feel like it's only gotten worse with time. And I think what we're seeing from MAGA and Republicans is that they are gleefully looking to take that incline that we as Democrats have to walk and make it a sheer fucking cliff. And I think they want to urbanize the country such that we still have a reasonable minority, position in the legislature. It's not, they're not going to take it from a 53-47 Republican Democrat split to like a 90-10 or anything, but they're just going to try to lock us into a permanent minority to the best that they're able. And I think it will require a Democrat and Democratic majority who are willing to expand the court. I do not see a way to a more competitive political environment without expanding the Supreme Court. I just don't see it. A 92% fucking win rate for the Trump administration. What was Biden's win rate before the Supreme Court? How often are these things calculated? Like,
I don't fucking
what
know.
Do you think it was?
It felt like Biden was losing a lot of shit. I mean, he won a few things, but he won on things that only I cared about, which are like the Twitter files shit. He won on like the TikTok ban. Like, okay, dude. What other things? Let me think. He won on some stupid shit, and he lost on.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't even know if on net if the TikTok ban just politically, if that redounded to Biden's benefit. I think you'd easily make the argument it fucking backfired because Trump just didn't enforce it. People. And what's funny is I think I have forgotten to bring this up in the past several months. I know I used to at the very beginning of the second Trump administration. I don't know if you bring this up, and when people are like, Trump doesn't defy the Supreme Court, it's like, what? He did on the crazy. TikTok ban multiple times. Fuck.
Well,
Kilmar Braco Garcia. That's one example.
Be careful. Trump is violating the law, but the Supreme Court did not order him to enforce the law.
They upheld the law, right? So when you say by extension,
that's different.
Yeah, but if the conditions, if the terms and conditions of the law in question are like you get one fucking 45-day stay and then that's it, and he does like 90.
Yeah, that's him violating the law. That's not him violating the Supreme Court's order.
Interesting. I think that's a difference without a distinction because or distinction without a difference because they upheld it. That went before them. They granted it cert and they're like, yes, hey, this thing.
I'm just talking about a technicality. You can't say he violated the Supreme Court there.
Fuck you. I'm gonna say he did. I'm gonna say he did.
All right, you can say whatever you want. You can be wrong.
Yeah, because they did. Well,
listen, I think that we need to get rid of the filibuster. No doubt. I think we need to expand the court. And
I don't. Do you agree? If we don't expand the court, we will always, barring some sort of like seismic shift in, the body politic of this country, that we will always be fighting an uphill battle.
It's a euphemism for when Alyssa Slotkin and Mark Kelly give the orders to the secret Antifa super soldiers to go and kill the rest of the court. I'm sure. Is that what you meant? A change in the body politic. That's not a euphemism for.
No, I said I said that if we don't expand the court, anything other than a change in the body politic, basically just the country becomes. Like West Virginia becomes blue again, or whatever. Like just like the people of West Virginia and rural states across this country and rural districts become more supportive of Democrats. Basically, barring some sort of generational shift where the country moves more left in a wider array of places, not just like in the major population centers. Unless you change or expand the Supreme Court, we will always be fighting an uphill battle. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't work for me, man. It doesn't work for me. Tired of that. Tired of that nonsense. It's bad enough when we're fighting an uphill battle against a relatively good faith political opponent, but when you have this like fucking fascist party, it's really dangerous. Like they obviously take nothing for granted. And they're doing a full court press, and I don't know. It's pretty alarming. So that's where I get a little black pill. It's like, okay, it's not that I don't think we'll ever take power again. It's just will we have the sort of Democrat needed and the Democrats in Congress needed to affect real change? And it kind of goes back to that longstanding disagreement I've had with Hutch and others, which is, like again, take Supreme Court reform. I don't think that that's magically going to happen unless like there's just this like mass conspiracy by Democratic politicians to just not talk about it publicly. But like even the fucking moderates are like, hey, listen, if we win these elections, we're definitely going to do it. I don't think you can have that sort of mass conspiracy. I don't think that's.
I just think that the Democrats shouldn't do that until we know we can win. The blowback would be crazy. I love Hutch. I love Hutch.
Yeah,
that's just my
I hear you. Yeah, but
they're risk averse. They're risk averse. They're risk averse. What do you want to say?
And listen, I'm not saying that you need to be foolish about the risk. I'm just saying I think that you have to accept that the risk is there and try to play it to the best.
Democrats? Why would they do that?
I really, really think we fucked up by not making this a campaign issue in 2024, or at least trying to. I really believe that because, again, like we get used to anything. This country can get, as long as we have a fucking cell phone in our hands and TikTok and shit to scroll, we can get used to the most heinous shit. And after Dobbs, after the Clarence Thomas shit, after
Dobbs have it on Biden's watch too. He had Dobbs overturned. I'm pretty sure the Chevron overturning case happened under Biden as well. Like all of this.
I thought Chevron was earlier this year. Wasn't it?
Oh man, I think it was last year.
Was it 2020? God damn. I've just lost all track of time.
Anderson decision, Trump for the United States, like that was horrible.
Right. And so, but my point is, like, obviously people were really upset with the court. And then you had the ethics scandals with Thomas, especially, and Alito. Then you had Trump immunity and shit like that. And these were just like the Supreme Court hit its nadir.
And none of them made any sense.
We didn't do
anything.
anything.
Yeah, none of them made any sense.
Why weren't we like, actively trying to spend the political capital to make this more of an issue? I mean, I'm biased because I'm a huge fan of his, but Sheldon Whitehouse agreed. He's like, I think we screwed up because in a year, the American people are like, so what if Clarence Thomas gets, these undisclosed.
If Republicans know that we're about to do this, that they'll just expand it more?
I know what you're doing. Yeah. Yeah. No,
I
don't
remember
think
that
so.
debate.
I don't think that.
I remember that debate.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, because at the end of the day, a lot of it is intuition versus intuition. And I think that to Hutch's credit, he's very tolerant. This is a good thing for Hutch. Hutch wants to limit harmful things. He's into harm reduction. And so he is willing to give a lot of latitude for Democrats to and deference to make decisions that are within a reasonable sort of window of decision making to avoid harm and to basically make people as best off as possible. And in that case, he's a pragmatist, and I'm kind of a pragmatist. I think the difference of opinion is just one on the empirics about what we think is most likely to reduce harm. And I think that you and I take maybe a more middle to long-term approach and are more risk tolerant.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not saying that you and I support the idea of like being reckless. We want to manage the risk to the best of our ability. But again, like I just don't see if somebody who opposes campaigning or trying to cede the ground for Supreme Court reform can lay out a cogent case as to how, this court isn't going to fucking skull fuck any Democratic agenda, then I'm open to it. But, everything, it's so funny. Everyone's like, all we have to do is just pass laws. It's like judicial review. It's the ultimate fucking trump card. It's better than the presidential veto. A friend of mine actually put it to me in those blunt terms. Like, when you think about it, the Supreme Court has like the presidential veto on steroids. I'm like, that is true. Like, at least the fucking presidential veto can be overturned by a supermajority of Congress. We can't do that with judicial review.
And they don't even explain their decisions. They don't even explain their decisions, which is the worst part.
Right.
It's so laughable at this moment. The court is such a fucking joke.
Right. And so like I just like, okay, people say we got to get money out of politics. Totally agree. Citizens United, terrible decision. What happens if we pass legislation and sign it into law, effectively overturning Citizens United and clarifying, actually, no, money is not speech, and there are limits, meaningful limits, to what the wealthy can do with respect to their money
it's already
and political messaging.
Yeah, it can't happen.
Right. So you got this court composition has to change. And like, I'm just trying to think other shit too. Like even if you passed a law to federalize abortion protections again, right? Because obviously that wasn't the case in Roe v. Wade, right? That was just that was a product of the judicial decision.
There would be some Congress power question about Article 1 and they tried to
right. I mean, so it's like you would imagine the time, effort, and energy to expend all that fucking political capital.
There's a way they could do it,
to
I think,
get a bill passed, and
there's a way I think they could do it that's pretty good. They could just fund federal abortion centers publicly, and the supremacy of federal law will govern there. And it's just basically them using the spending power of the. You don't
think that this court could go? No, that doesn't count. It doesn't say anything about Democrats doing that.
Yeah, no, they didn't say on a Tuesday you could pass a law.
That's right.
Yeah, no, they might come up with some bullshit, but I think it would require them to be like abortion, like life begins, or the Constitution considers you a person at conception, which is just obviously like not what the Constitution was intended to do. But it's also the precedent is against that. So, but I basically do think that that would be upheld. Although again, but that would be like 65% for the same reason this case is what it is.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, getting shit done requires expenditure of political capital. It's not easy to get shit signed into law. And just imagine going through all that shit to actually enact a democratic agenda, only to see 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70% of it get fucking smacked down by a right-wing Supreme Court.
We're never going to be able to do abundance if we're just getting fucked in the booty.
Exactly. Well said.
Yeah.
Well said. And I don't want the Democrats to get fucked in the booty, especially non-consensually, which is what it would be. So I am convinced that I think there has to be like under a Democratic administration in 2029, it has to be like a fucking omnibus super bill where it's like, yeah, we're going to fucking, tackle the abundance agenda and pair it in the same bill with expanding the Supreme Court. Like, I think we're going to have to do it all at once, or we're going to have to do Supreme Court reform first before we literally do anything else, which is probably not a good political idea. Like, you probably don't want the thing out the gate to be seen as, oh, you're fucking with the courts, number one. How about, making prices go down be number one? Mm-hmm. And I don't think the American people is smart enough to understand you got to do one before the other. So you probably have to stop. You probably have to put it together in some
stupid. Sort of, you're calling the voters stupid.
Yes, I'm not a candidate. I can do that. Voters, if you're out there, a lot of you are really fucking dumb, unless you're voting Democrat, in which case you're very smart.
What do you think about Cenk? He's kind of like whitewashing Fuentes.
What? You mean Green? You mean Marjorie Taylor Greene, right?
Well, both.
I hadn't seen the Fuentes thing. I saw Green, and listen, you shouldn't whitewash her. I'd rather have her in that seat than a fucking MAGA Republican. I'd rather have her, trying to throw. Yes, my God, if the choice is that's a ruby red district, I don't think we can flip that district. I'd rather have a Democrat in there, obviously, but if the choice is Marjorie Taylor Greene or just what Marjorie Taylor Greene used to be, which is all the terrible shit she is now, but none of the willingness to, break with Trump, then yeah, I'd rather have her in that seat.
Super Chat says thoughts on Hakim's comments on Cuellar. Is that how you pronounce it?
Fuck Cuellar.
Yeah, fuck him.
Cuellar and fuck Hakeem Jeffries' comments on that. I wish he would have been like,
what did
no
Hakeem
comment.
Say?
Or
what did he say?
He supported the pardon.
What?
Yeah, you didn't see that?
Dude, this guy needs to go. This guy needs to go.
I'll be honest with you.
What did he say?
Neera Tanden, who I like, she disappointed me too. She responded to somebody criticizing Hakeem Jeffries about that. So she said, oh, so I guess you want that Republican House majority. And it's like, stop it. Stop. No. No.
This is exactly the right outcome. I don't know why the president decided to do this, but I think the outcome is exactly the right outcome. Yo.
It's fucked, isn't it? Stop it.
Dude, our leaders, they are like, they just can't stop.
It'd be fucking funny. Chuck Schumer tries to slide in, actually try to redeem himself. Actually, I disagree with Hakeem.
That ship has
Henry's
sailed.
A bitch.
These guys gotta go. It is so frustrating me that we have to carry this fucking dead weight. They're hated. Schumer is hated. I think he's the most hated politician right now.
Who?
Schumer.
Oh yeah, I think he's definitely in the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
maybe in America.
What do you think of shout out to Mehdi Hassan and his father who passed away. Hoping.
Yeah, Mehdi.
The great beyond. We're all going there, and then we can forget about this whole thing.
I don't know. It could be if you don't find Jesus, that we find ourselves exactly where we are now. This could be hell.
You believe in God? You fucking politician. Shut up. Shut up, you politician.
I'm going to fucking kill you. We've talked about this before. We've talked about this before. Yes.
Oh, I forgot.
We've talked about this before.
I'm sorry. I didn't remember.
I'm going to kill you.
I'm sorry. I'm not saying, I don't remember what he said. You guys don't know what he said. I don't know what he said. All right, guys?
Of course I believe in God. Yes.
Okay.
Duh.
It's a little marginal.
Yeah.
At 10 years old, Santa Claus, it's a little marginal, isn't it? Trump has some bangers, man. You got to give him that. You got to give him the bangers.
I don't know. His messages sometimes make me laugh. Like, I don't know why over the years, but like his happy, whatever to the losers and the haters. I don't know why, but when I read that, it does make me laugh
because I'm like, including the haters.
Yeah, that's it. Merry Christmas.
Who despise our whole country, who try to stick to it. They just are yappers.
It's not. I mean, it's a strange sort of funny because I think it is just the pure. It's not that it's witty. It's not witty. Like people say he's witty. He's not fucking witty. He's not clever with a turn of phrase or anything. Even his fucking nicknames, Sleepy Joe Biden. It's not witty. Low energy Jeb Bush. It's just not. I think part of the reason he makes us laugh is because
the sanctimonious. Excellent. Panikin. I love Panikin.
I don't see even the sanctimonious. Is Ron DeSantis actually sanctimonious? Is he really?
It's just funny. Ron DeSanctimonious and Meatball Ron. Those are two.
It's not funny because he's witty, though. Is my point. It's
this
not.
Is cope.
He's
this
not.
Is cope. Whether he is.
No, that's what I'm saying. So I'm glad everybody's seeing this side of you now that they know that you're fucking from Newark. Number one, number two. The other thing we have to debunk is this idea that Pisco is not a Trump supporter. He thinks Trump is the great. Like he loves Trump. He thinks Trump's so smart.
Marjorie
he's so
Trader
witty.
Brown. That was really good.
He had to explain it. That's my favorite part.
Brown is the color of
when green grass rots, it turns brown. Right. That's why I called her Marjorie Trader because she betrayed me, and Brown because that's what her last name is Green. And then when grass is also green, it turns brown. It's brown. Like fuck you. Like that's.
You ever watch As Told by Ginger?
Never even heard of that. I don't know what that is. That sounds like nonsense to me. I'll be honest with you.
Phil the Future.
No, I don't know what that is. Again, that sounds like some nonsense.
Angry Beavers.
You
cut out. I'm not from Jersey.
This is my doctor, so I got to let you go, buddy. But can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. You got to go see your doctor, right, old man?
No. They just tried to call. So listen, it's good chatting with you and procrastinating. I said I wouldn't do this, and I did.
Just call in anytime. I really enjoy your company.
I just couldn't make myself. Sometimes, man, I'm staring at that screen and I'm like, I can't do it. I just
Someone
can't
once told
do it.
me the grass was much greener.
Before I let you go,
you don't get that because
you got any big content coming up?
Yeah. Some debates with some conservatives lining up. Part 2 of this audio conversation coming up. Yeah, I don't want to announce names just yet. What? Avi? You know Avi? We have to finish our conversation.
No.
We need to. I need to reschedule the Good Logic one. Hopefully, that one will be more time than Viva Frey. That I just had Viva Frey on yesterday.
You should talk to the bronchitis guy. That's who you should talk to.
I've tried before, but like the guy's like a fucking coward fuck.
Bitch.
Yeah, he's like he doesn't really like to be challenged, and I can just tell by how he responds. It's gonna be a scary guy.
Soy Pill was the one who did the
Soy Pill is low key triggering sometimes. Like he triggered Rob out of existence, and now he triggered.
I love that. That's pretty funny. That was really, really funny. Yeah,
we all see it.
Listen,
we all know. Go ahead. You have to go.
Yeah, that was
go see your doctor.
Yeah. All right, man. Listen, it was fun chatting with you. I hope you have a good rest of the day.
We are what they grow beyond. That is the burden.
That That was beautiful.
Oh,
No. My favorite, the best line in all of the sequels is when Palpatine says, "I have been every voice you have ever heard
that
inside
movie was
your head."
so
What a great fucking
horrible
line. That's the hot take. Best version of the Emperor in the films. Not even kidding. Ian McDiarmid was terrifying.
No.
He was so much better than the Sidious we saw in Revenge of the Sith post Mace Windu.
Because you're like a child who likes lightning and lightsabers.
Are you fucking? You want to compare Ian McDiarmid's acting in Rise of Skywalker compared to what we saw in the second half of Revenge of the Sith? And it's not that he's a bad actor. He's amazing, but a fucking terrible director. Jake, listen. George Lucas, hot take, shittier director than J.J. Abrams. Better visionary, shittier director, which is why Empire, which is the best Star Wars film, was not directed by George Lucas. It was Kirshner, okay?
Lucas didn't direct.
Sucks at directing.
Lucas didn't direct Return of the Jedi either.
I didn't say I thought I said Revenge of the Sith. I meant Revenge of the Sith. If I said Return of the Jedi, I apologize. Return of the Jedi is great. It was Richard Marquand who did Return of the Jedi. Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, he does amazing in that, and way better than in fucking Rise of Shitlord.
I'm not. No, you're telling me the second half of Revenge of the Sith with the Emperor, making his weird noise.
Yeah, it was fucking great.
No, fuck you.
No, it was fucking.
You don't believe that. I don't believe that.
It was good.
I do not believe you. No, fuck you. Listen, Rise of Skywalker Palpatine, much better than that Palpatine. Much better. Now, the first half of Revenge of the Sith, where he's still in his public persona, like
who cares?
The opera scene. Oh, now that's the pinnacle of Star Wars acting, right there.
How would one learn this power? You turn her
Anakin's
against
not the best part of it. Yeah, again, that's Anakin. Anakin and Palpatine are famously two separate characters. You would know that. This is the third big revelation. You're from fucking Newark. You love Trump, and you've never seen Star Wars in its totality.
Don't make me kill you.
I bet you're a fucking Trekkie, aren't you?
I don't even know what Star Trek is. I just know Spock and Captain Picard and Captain.
I do love Picard.
Data and Captain.
Did you ever watch Deep Space Nine? Deep Space Nine is the best of the series, at least the original shit. Better than the original, better than Next Generation, better than Voyager. It's
the only
Deep
Space
DS9.
that I'm exploring. Hey!
Listen, hey, I know where you're going with that. She's been dead for 8 years. You evil fuck! How dare you? How dare you besmirch the honor of that noble woman who birthed me, who would never fuck a New Yorker.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah. How you feel about that? My late mother, God rest her soul, she would have never fucked with somebody from Newark.
Hispanic.
Okay? She had more dignity than that.
You can say, I know what you boys from North Carolina, from Kentucky, wherever the fuck you're from. I know what you guys say.
I was born in Pennsylvania, asshole. I claim the Yankee heritage. I was on the right side of the Civil War, at least my family was.
Barely.
Before we went to Kentucky.
Barely.
What do you mean barely? Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, before I go, I want your top 3 favorite presidents.
George Washington.
It doesn't even have to be in particular order.
George Washington. Abraham Lincoln.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite or best?
Either. You just got to tell me which one it is.
We've had like mostly bad presidents, I feel like, but I'll say
agreed.
Washington, Lincoln, Roosevelt, FDR. That's what FDR, Roosevelt.
Yes. Do you think Trump is objectively the worst or just one of?
Objectively the worst.
Agreed. Listen, this was a lot of fun. It was not very productive, but it was a lot of fun. And it's good chatting with you, buddy.
Hey man, love you, dog. Check in soon.
I love you too, buddy.
All right,
of course. See you, buddy.
Peace out, brother. You motherfucker. Put the money in the bag. Mike, I saw, I don't know if it's too late at this point. I'm not from Jersey. This is so stupid. Now it's going to be a meme. I hate this. So, Mike, if you're around, otherwise I'm going to end the stream and everyone will be mad at you. Just kidding. They'll probably be like, I don't really care. I don't really understand. Mike, I see you. By the way, I do the impression of Hutch just because I love him. I love him. I don't know Voyager. I don't know this stuff, you crazy people. I have brought peace. Freedom. All right. I don't think he's going to show up. All right. Call it. I need to know what we're wagering. Just call it. Who knows that movie? I'm going to tell you can save yourself because you can't. Coin don't have a say. It's just you. The embarrassment continues. Thank you, FIFA. I heard that Ronaldo's going to be allowed to play even though the rules say he's not supposed to. And I'm over here like, technically, Ronaldo's supposed to be suspended because of the red card. And my brother's like, fuck you, nerd, throws can at me. Just call it. The Hutchster? No, that's Anton Chigurh from No Country for Old Men. Call it. Like we always do at this time. Dun, 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 dun. I always knew Messi was the GOAT. When Ronaldo met with Mr. Trumpy. All right, I think that's there's no go on the mic situation. But we had a very productive conversation with Avi. So I think we'll end there. I love you guys very much. You best start believing in ghosts. Fuck, I can't even say.